Alright guys, now the reality is that a lot of you guys are not making money online currently, and I'm sure you would like to. But 99% of you guys aren't even going to have the attention span to watch this video from start to finish. Guys, at 17 years old, I generated $126,000 in the month of April alone through my online business. I only started anything online in the month of May. So in less than a year, I built a 7-figure online business. Today, I have been working for the last week to put a full free course together for you guys, and that is what this video is going to be. I promise you that if you watch this video all the way through till the end, that you will have every single bit of information you need and all the tools you need to generate your first $10,000 a month online within the next 6 months. Now, if that's not something you want for yourself, you can click off this video now. But for all the people that are serious about making money online, without further ado, I'm going to stop talking and we're going to get straight into it. All right, guys, now this is going to be your full $0 to $10,000 a month SMMA, or what I like to call it, digital marketing agency blueprint. We're going to be explaining how a digital marketing agency works, how you can start one from scratch, and quite literally everything in between. Everything you can imagine you need to know about this business, you are going to know by the end of this video. Now, obviously, I have been in the game for long enough that I've helped multiple people completely change their life around from this specific business model. People literally working 2 full-time jobs, helping their parents pay the bills, to doing $10,000 a month within the next few months from this exact business model. And there's no reason that you can't do it, because I guarantee you there are so many people that are less talented than you that have been able to make this business work. Now, in this free course, it's probably going to be multiple hours long, but what I'm going to walk you through is how I would start again from zero. I don't mean completely zero, because you need a few dollars here and there, obviously, but you guys get the point. I'm going to show you guys exactly how I would start if I had not built a business yet and I hadn't done anything at all previously through any sort of online business. So it doesn't matter where you are. If you have $100 in your account, it's probably enough to figure things out. If you have savings, even better. You might have enough money to invest in your knowledge and get from A to B even quicker. But my goal is, no matter what situation you're in, we are going to get you to 10K a month within the next 6 months. Let's get straight into it. Now, first of all, before I tell you guys how I'm going to get you to 10K a month, it's probably good to explain and actually go through what business model you are actually going to be learning. Now, what I'm going to be helping you guys kind of grow from here is a social media marketing or digital marketing agency. Basically, what you're doing in a social media marketing agency is you are helping other businesses, whether they're local businesses, online businesses. You are helping other businesses grow using digital tools and digital assets, whether it be ads, emails, content, etc., etc. Whatever you are doing and whatever service you're specifically providing, which we're going to cover later, you are helping a business grow in some way, shape, or form, and they are compensating you for it accordingly. So the beautiful thing about this is that you are purely selling your skills. You're not selling a product for another business. You're not selling your own product. You're not doing drop shipping. I'm sure most of you guys have tried all that bullshit. That's the beautiful thing about it. If you have a skill to provide, you are going to get paid for it. And it is as simple as that. Businesses can pay you monthly, they can pay you one time. It all depends on what service you're specifically providing, which we're going to get into in a further slide. Now, the next question is, what isn't SMMA? And I'm going to clear up some confusion here, because I'm sure you guys have sat here even after I briefly explained what it was. You're probably still going to have a couple questions, and you're probably going to have some pre-drawn conclusions as to what it is when it isn't actually what you think it is, right? So what isn't SMMA? Now, the first main thing is you are not selling products for another business. You're helping them sell more of their products or services, but you are not selling the products for them. This is not affiliate marketing where, say, if you're selling an $100 product for one business, they pay you $5 for every sale. It's not like that. They pay you based off of the appointments you're booking for them, or the money you are making for them. I know it sounds a bit complicated, but there's a clear distinction between the two. You're not directly selling their products, you are helping them sell more of their products or services. Now, it is also not drop shipping. You know, I'm sure a lot of you guys know what drop shipping is and how it works. You are not buying your own product, rebranding it, and building your own website for that product and posting on TikTok and hoping that, you know, one day you're magically going to wake up and that Shopify is going to go cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. I know how that is. I own a clothing brand. It is not like that. And the beautiful thing about it not being drop shipping is the minimal upfront cost it requires to start. You need to literally spend a couple dollars to set up one thing here, payment processor there, and once you've done that, it's all kind of set up. Now, let's move on. And this is an age-old question I get a lot of the time. A lot of people who actually understand what SMMA is think, for whatever reason, that it is oversaturated. Now, let me get this one thing out of the way, because, you know, I was gonna pull statistics and shit. I found the statistics, but I was like, I don't even need to give you guys statistics to show you that it's not oversaturated. You know, the truth is, look at it with common sense. Look at the state of the world right now. First of all, how much time does the average person spend on social media? The average person spends 3 hours a day on social media, and that is attacking the grand scale of things. That is literally attacking a demographic of the 80-year-olds, the 70-year-olds who don't even use it that much. So if you look more at 20 to 50-year-olds, they are probably using it even more than 3 hours a day. So the fact that we are on social media this much calls businesses to run their marketing through there, because it's where all the attention is going. Now, business owners simply care about making more money. And for them to make more money, they need to get attention from where the attention is flowing to. And that is social media. Now, social media ad spend, get this, is projected to reach $4.7 billion in 2025 in Australia alone. So that is how much businesses in Australia alone, you think Australia, a country with less than 30 million people, they are spending $4.7 billion combined simply on social media ads just this year alone. Does that sound very saturated to you? No, it doesn't. And on top of that, I'll also tell you that just think about it. Think about the world as a growing economy. There are more and more businesses coming to life now than there have ever been. You know, you probably notice it when you're going around. There's a new store every second or third fucking day. It doesn't matter what city you are. The fact is that there are so many people nowadays, they're trying to start their own businesses because of social media. Social media has inspired them to do it, or whatever reason you have to start your online business. The matter of fact is that there is way more businesses right now than there was 20 years ago. And there is way more people using social media than there was 5 or 10 years ago. Quite literally, all the attention is going to it. The average person gets home from work, fucking starts scrolling on their phone. That is how the world is nowadays. So what you are doing is you are helping businesses leverage that. And the truth is, there are millions of businesses in the world that have never run a single ad in their life. And that is simply because they don't know how to, or they have some pre-drawn conclusions about it. Guys, if you come into a business that has never run an ad in their life, all you got to convince them is that, you know, helping them run ads, that's going to help them make more money. And that is a very easy thing to convince them of, because it's the fucking reality. You know, if you look at businesses, for example, trade businesses like plumbing businesses, electricians, all those business owners are in their 40s, in their 50s, and they really just lack the knowledge required because they didn't grow up in an environment that was surrounded by it. So their lack of knowledge of social media is what holds them back from actually starting running ads, even though they know it would be profitable. So many businesses know that paid advertising, paid social media advertising would help them make more money, but they just don't know how to actually run the ads. And that is the bridge that you are helping build for them. They know that ads are going to help them make more money. You know how to run ads. You know how to market on social media. You know how to help them grow their business. And that is exactly how you are positioning yourself. So what do I think? Is SMMA oversaturated? After all that information I've provided you, you can come to your own conclusion. And if you believe it's oversaturated, bro, you can click off this video right now. But I'm telling you right now, it took me about a month and a half. After making fuck all for the first month and a half, I did $18,000 in a single week with my mentor in a social media marketing agency. So that was literally like 7 months ago, 8 months ago. So, you know, from personal experience, anecdotal evidence suggests that it's probably not very oversaturated. There's always room for growth, especially with how the online game is growing even more nowadays. Now we're going to get into, you know, what business owners actually want. The reality is, bro, no matter what business it is, every business owner wants more paying customers. If you can help them bring more paying customers, you will get paid. It is simple as that. Now, the key thing is you need to stop thinking like a freelancer. You need to stop thinking like a marketer. When you're helping businesses like this, you are purely positioning yourself as almost a partner. You know, imagine yourself as the head of sales of the company. You know, you are dedicating yourself to helping this business generate more awareness, more traffic, which turns into more leads, which for the business turns into more appointments and more sales. So that is exactly how it is. Now, the thing you got to understand is that your value is purely determined on how close you are to the cash. So how are you bringing these guys more leads? This is why I don't really like people who do purely social media managing, where you just manage to like Instagram DMs and do all of that stuff. You are not close to the cash at all, bro. You're just posting content for them. And that is not directly equating to more sales. You know, it might build them better reputation, more brand awareness, but what businesses want is more cash in their pocket. And you need to be providing that value to them. That is exactly what you are doing in an SMMA or digital marketing agency. And your value is always purely determined on how close you are to the cash. So whatever service you're providing, keep that in your mind. How close am I to actually helping them make the money? Am I directly generating them more leads? Am I directly getting them more appointments and jobs? Because if you're not, you know, you might get someone to pay for 1 month, $2,000, and then they'll just tell you to fuck off after, which, you know, yeah, you've made $2,000, but you're not getting any more money out of that person because they're not seeing the value from you. Now, this is your $10,000 a month online blueprint. And in this video, you know, hopefully I've kind of given you guys a bit more depth and understanding on how SMMA actually works and how you are going to, you know, essentially build your own, even though we're going to get more into depth in that further on in the video. But what we're actually going to cover in this video is, you know, quite literally A to Z on how to do everything. What I like to say is this is going to be a full A to Z guide on how to do literally everything. So everything you need to know in regards to starting, scaling, quite literally everything in between, that's all going to be covered on this video. And, you know, if you've had the attention span to watch until this point, my hopes are up for you, to be completely honest. You know, I know I'm going to give you the information required. It's just you're responsible for the application. I could give you guys a step-by-step guide on how to make $1 million, which is literally what I'm doing almost. But if you don't apply the knowledge I'm giving to you, then it's pretty useless. So everything we're going to be covering in this video is directly going to help you make more money. I'm actually getting you close to the cash like you are doing for other businesses. And in this video, we're going to be, first of all, talking about how to actually pick your niche and craft a good offer, how to message strangers and turn them into paying clients, how to message them, how to call them, and how to actually get money. And then on top of that, we're going to talk about actual service delivery. Now that you've got the money, what am I actually providing this person that is making them pay me money, And then on top of that, we're going to be talking about retention and how to get a client and provide enough value that they're going to keep on paying you month on month on month. You might have a client that's paying you $2,000 a month and he just pays you for a month and then leaves. Whereas on the flip side of that, you could get a client that pays you $1,000 a month, but they stay for 6 months. You got way more value out of the person you were charging $1,000 a month simply because of the service you were actually providing. So retention really matters. We're going to be teaching you our strategies on how to actually retain and continue sustainably growing past 10K a month, because after 10K a month, you're looking, how do I get from here to 100K a month, right? And then the ultimate goal for you is that within 6 months, you are going to be at $10,000 a month. I have done it for so many people now that I can't even count on both of my hands. Even if I was an octopus with 5 fingers on each arm, I still wouldn't be able to count the amount of people I've taken to 10,000 a month. And, I created this video because I'm trying to add you guys to the tally. You know what I'm saying? So this is exactly what it's going to be. And without further ado, let's move on to the next part. I guess the last question I have for you is, are you ready to build your SMMA? If you're not, respectfully, buzz off then. If you've watched to this point and you don't believe that you have the capability to get to $10,000 a month, save your time, click off the video right now, because the truth is you have to believe in your mind that you are capable of doing it before you're actually doing it. So the truth be told, guys, I think I can get you guys all to $10,000 a month. But if you don't believe that in your own mind, then the chance of you getting there is quite literally impossible. I did $100,000 in a month and I literally envisioned it. I swear on my mother's life, in October last year, I envisioned myself doing my first $100,000 month in the month of April. So I knew I was going to be here, which is exactly why I'm here. And obviously this isn't any sort of mindset training. I'm helping you guys start and scale a business, but that's just a rule of thumb that you need to live by. You have to see it here to actually apply it and make it reality. So without further ado, we're going to move on. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this introduction, but it's time to bring you guys some real value. But before we get into bringing value, I guess for you to actually be able to trust me and apply the information I'm giving you, you have to know that where I came from, right? If I'm just some mysterious figure and, he's this guy who's made money, you're not going to listen to me for like 3-4 hours and actually take in all the information I'm giving you, I feel like for you guys to trust me and apply the information and knowledge I'm providing to you guys, you're going to know where I'm coming from. Because the reality is, bro, I've been in the same situation as a lot of you guys. I went from a normal high school kid working a part-time job to last month in April doing $126,000 a month in revenue. And anyone who's in Australia, this is our banking app. It's called CommBank. Quite literally a distinctive screenshot from the 18th of July in 2024. This was about a month after I'd started online business. I thought I was on a path to straight rinsing my money. And this was when I quite literally invested all my money into everything. But You know what I thought in my mind? And you know what a lot of you guys need to think in your mind, especially because I know a lot of you guys watching this video are still living with your parents. The one most important thing I learned is that if you're losing anything, this is the absolute best age to lose everything. Because the matter of fact is, bro, if you have $5,000 in your savings, if you have $10,000 in your savings, that's going to buy you a shit ass car if that's what you're saving for anyways. And that's what my mentor told me. He's like, it's better for you to lose all your money and gain thousands of dollars more worth of knowledge than for you to buy a depreciating asset with money that you've saved for the last 6 months from working with. Now, as I said, the first screenshot, 18th of July, 2024, I had a few $1,000s in my savings. My parents were heavily against me doing anything when I started, but, you know, I truly believed in my mind that I could make it work so long as I kept showing up. And I guess I had this mindset from very early on, which is if I were to say I was advantaged at anything, it would be the mindset. You know, I saw myself with basketball, with being a national level swimmer, that anything I put my mind to, I would make it happen. So I was already operating on that wavelength, which is why my results came so quickly. I can't express to you guys how important the mindset aspect of things actually is. But that aside, man, this was probably the lowest point of my whole online business journey. You know, it was basically if what I did didn't work, then I was going to be completely broke. And to be honest, I was okay with that. And the point I was getting at before, a lot of you guys, there's no reason you shouldn't be okay with that. The reality is, bro, if you're still living with your parents, you know, your worst case scenario, you lose all your money. At least you can tell yourself, first of all, at least you can tell yourself you tried. So you're not going to sit back 10 years time when you're working at a corporate desk job or you're fucking destroying your body for like $2,000 a week. You're not going to be there in 10 years time and look back and think of what could have happened if you actually took action and took a risk. At least if you lose all your money now, you're not going to look back then regretting that you didn't take action now. And then on the flip side to that, all you guys that are living with your parents, bro, if you lose all your money, you still have food on your plate and you still have a roof over your head. Your parents have given you all this effort to provide you a good life and you have nothing to show for it. So that was my mindset. You know, even if I lose all of my money, you know, my mom's going to call me an idiot, but eventually she's going to get over it. You know, my dad's going to call me an idiot. Eventually she's going to get over it. At least I can tell myself internally that I made it work. You know, not that necessarily I made it work, but at least I gave it a shot. And that is what you guys have to attack it with. And, you know, obviously things did work out. I got to $126,000 cash collected in the month of April. And that's in Australian dollars. USD's more like 80,000. But that's $1 million business in Australian dollars and US dollars. So it's not too bad. I don't say that's a flex by any means. It's just the matter of if I was able to do it, why the hell can't you? I believe that I'm no more capable of anyone else. Everyone, where they are in their life is entirely their fault. Everyone is exactly where they deserve to be. So the fact that I'm where I am right now and you aren't where you want to be, that's entirely your fault. But that also means that you have the full capability to change it. Now, the reality is, you know, I've been in the social media game for a while now, and a lot of you guys know this. I was formerly the strongest 15-year-old in the world, strongest 16-year-old in the world. You know, I used to have a big passion for powerlifting, especially in 2023. You know, I broke 3 world records at a powerlifting competition. And then fast forward to 2024, you know, I was the strongest 16-year-old in the world. I still remember to this day, the day I benched 200 kilos or 441 pounds. It was in August of last year. And that was, you know, after I invested all my money into the business and hadn't got too much return for it. And I was kind of just sat there after I benched 200 kilos and I was like, yeah, I enjoy lifting heavy weight and I get so much validation from social media for it and I feel good about it on a surface level, but internally I was so disappointed with myself because, I knew that it wasn't just about lifting weight. I knew so many people that were jacked who were broke as shit, and I always vowed to myself that I wouldn't end up like that. But, the night I benched 200 kilos, I kind of sat there and I was thinking, well, you say you don't want to end up like them, but what are you actually doing different to them that's going to help you, that's going to land you in a different situation? If you guys know what I'm trying to say, a lot of you guys look at all your friends, look at all the people around you, you know what trajectory they're kind of moving along and where they're going to end up. But what are you actually doing different to them? What separates you from them so much that you are not going to end up in the same place as them? And I asked myself that question and I was like, yeah, obviously I've started things, but nothing's worked out yet. So at this rate, realistically, who's to say I'm not going to end up like them? And the idea of being just this jacked guy with no money completely disgusted me. It hurt me so much internally because I knew that so long as, I've shown myself that I have the discipline to show up every single day. I've built this crazy physique from doing that. I was a national swimmer and that wasn't from just pure genetics. You don't get to that level from genetics. You get to that level by showing up every single day. And I've proven myself that multiple different times that I can show up, but somehow I still didn't have money. So, I was lifting so much weight. I was going viral on the internet, getting all this validation, and it was fulfilling me on a surface level. But internally, I still felt horrible. I felt so empty because I knew there was more to life than just being jacked, but I hadn't unlocked that new level yet. And the thing you guys have to understand is you see all these people on social media, they got the followers, they get the likes, they have all fans. It seems like everyone loves them, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows, A lot of these guys genuinely don't have any money. They have the followers and that's all they have. They make it their whole personality. That's what I was becoming and I couldn't allow that from myself, which is why I locked in on what I did. So that's when I kind of reached the turning point of, something has to change. That night I benched 200 kilos. It wasn't necessarily the turning point, but it was when I had a crazy realization on the bus ride home. I was like, damn, if this shit doesn't work out soon, if I don't make this shit work out, I'm going to be that stereotypical jacked guy that just works a normal 9 to 5. And I was like, my whole life I had been, just exceptional at things. Almost a straight A grade student, a national swimmer, lifting a lot of weight. I know it sounds like I'm stroking my ego and, it's hard to not talk about yourself in a way that sounds like you're not trying to flex. If you guys take it as that, I totally understand. But the point is that I lived my whole life being, excellent, just the top 1% at something. And I was like, eventually this is going to run out. When I'm 20 years old, when my physique hasn't changed much because I don't plan on hopping on gear anytime soon, I'm going to have an average physique compared to everyone else. I'm not going to be in school anymore, so the A grades won't matter at all. And, on top of that, the only thing that's going to separate me then is having money. And I hit this realization on the bus ride home, I'm literally on the bus. And I had this realization and I was like, well, yeah, I need money. And that's the truth, because when you get to a certain age, the top echelon, every single person has money. And you can't get to the top echelon of men without making an absurd amount of money. And I was always striving to be the best. And that's where my big turning point came. Now, moving on, obviously I had this big turning point, and I think around July-ish as well, I had a lot of things going for me. I was getting all the views, I was lifting a lot of weight, and in this time, I actually built a fitness brand on social media, and I hit my first $20,000 a month from online coaching. Now, firstly, I monetized through essentially just selling programs on, a standardized website. You guys can probably still see that program. It's called ferrumacademy.com. You'll still see the website's ups, just so you guys can see how far I've come in such a short amount of time. Again, not saying that to flex. I'm saying it because it's possible for you because it happened to me, right? Now, that aside, the first thing I did was I did programs, and you guys can obviously see that screenshot at the bottom left. I started selling programs in around June, and where we peaked was in around mid-August. In mid-August, we did 1,400 USD in a single week just from selling programs. That is around $2,000 in a single week just from selling a fucking bench program and like an SBD program. So that's where it kind of first came. And that literally happened 2 weeks after this realization of, I refuse to be average and I need money to not be average. You guys can see how quick the results came, you know what I mean? And then literally 3 weeks later, we do our first $2,000 a week just from selling programs. We had just started the fitness coaching in around July, and we were like, bund the programs. There's more money in coaching, so let's do coaching. And within literally like a month or two, we did our first $5,000 week. We closed the month of September on almost around $20,000 in revenue. But you guys will see later as well that $20,000 revenue from this was nothing compared to some other things I had going on in the background. And as far as fitness coaching went, I kind of hit this point where, I'm at 5K a week. I hit 20K in a month. And the thing I noticed was, for me to make more money in this, I have to constantly put more and more and more effort in, and it's going to hit a ceiling eventually. You can only increase your prices so far. You can only handle as many clients as you can handle. And the truth is that there is a big ceiling to that. And I felt like, I had almost hit a ceiling with where I was. Looking back, it was just me being lazy. I could have obviously put way more work in every single day and been able to make twice as much. But then what's the difference between me just working a job and doing that? Either way, I'm just trading my time for money, right? So I realized that this wasn't the way out. Now, it was good for the experience aspect of things, but it just wasn't scalable. Not scalable to the point that I wanted to be at. And, the more money I was making through it, the less freedom I had. I hit a ceiling that I saw coming. But moving on from there, my mentor, who had been working with me behind the scenes on quite literally everything, literally from day one where we started selling the website, selling the program, he built the website for me, and we were doing everything together since day one. He's already 23. He's 23 years old. He's already retired. Multiple watches, hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's besides the point. The point is that he was 23 years old and he'd already lived so many lives. He'd already retired, and he was like a big brother to me. So, one day he kind of came to me and he was like, bro, I can change your life. You have the potential. Let's do it. And that's when I went all in on everything, And by the time we kind of got to this point where we built the website and everything, I found out that I didn't actually find out. I remember from the start of the year where my mentor, he had a digital marketing agency. He sold it off and he was like, you know what, bro? I'm going to build another one just for fun. And literally that screenshot below you'll see as well. 24th of September, his marketing agency did $31,000 in revenue. And I actually kind of came around to this in July, where he was doing around $50,000, $60,000 a month from it. And it took him like 6 months to build it. And I was like, bro, what are you doing that is making you that much money? If it's going to make more money, I'm all in for it. I'll put all the work in you need. And, I asked him questions about how it all works. I simply just listened. I was asking questions, I was listening, and I was learning. And that is all you need to do when you're taking in information from someone who is in a better position than you. If you seek advice from people that are close to your goals, you'll get closer to your goals. And that is exactly what I did. So then we kind of hit this point where he was like, bro, how about we just create one ourselves from scratch. Let's see how quickly we can hit $10,000 a month. You know, it was quite literally a game to him. And I was like, yeah, I'm down. Yeah, bet, let's do it. So we still had the fitness coaching going on in the background. But on top of that, we really put more focus into actually trying the whole SMMA, build a digital marketing agency. You know, he spent like 10,000 US dollars on a course, and it was actually a really helpful course. It taught me quite literally everything I needed to know, and I got through the whole course in like a week's time. From there, we already had business name, website set up, and we were already cold calling. We were already dialing businesses and offering our services, because the thing you got to realize is the number one most important thing in business is speed. If you don't have speed, you're going to fail. And that is what I understood. That is what my mentor preached to me from day one. So we were operating at an uncalibrated level of speed. It was absurd. I even look back on it, I'm like, I don't even move like that now. And that is why I got results so much quicker. The truth is, he gave me the blueprint. He offered that we started one together from scratch so he could show me the ins and outs. And I was like, yeah, bet, let's do it. Now, as I was saying, you know, I had learned quite literally everything within the span of the week. Everything in regards to niches, offers, service delivery, everything from start to finish. I learned it in less than a week. And within a week, we had a website up, we had a brand name, we had a business set up, and it was a done deal. I got straight to dialing the phone. And I was in this state of urgency where I was like, before I went to sleep every night, I was literally telling myself, I'm like, bro, if I do not book 3 meetings, I am never going to make money. And that was the level of urgency I was moving on. You guys have to understand, you know, if you had this level of urgency, you'd be making an absurd amount of money. I was literally in this mindset where I was like, my minimum and my bare minimum was so high that I was bound to make the money. And I truly believed that. And I truly told myself to a point where I was like, bro, if you don't book 3 meetings for tomorrow, you are never ever going to make any money. And this level of urgency is exactly what got me results as quickly as it did. Now, after literally almost 2 months of quite literally nothing, you know, we're learning, we're dialing businesses, you know, the amount of calls I had with this guy, I'm like, oh, bro, I don't know if it's going to work. And the only thing he told me was to keep showing up. I kept showing up. And after 2 months of almost nothing, within 2 single weeks, we closed $20,000 in revenue. And that was seriously life-changing money for me at the time. September last year, closed $20,000 after 2 months of like just pure hard work, genuine, like wake up, go to school, work, sleep, wake up, go to school, work, sleep, just constant cycle. I was genuinely on this shit like 7 to 8 hours a day. And, you know, school finish, I have flexible schools, like some days you finish at 1, some days you finish at 3. But the matter of fact is, as soon as school finish, I'd be in a rush to dial these businesses because most businesses stop operating at 5 p.m. So I had a limited time frame to make these calls. I swear on everything, I was literally making like 50 to 100 calls a day. That was the pace I was moving at. Someone tells me to fuck off, I'm already on the next call. I already had, matter of fact, in school, I'm already labeling all the businesses and all of the owners' phone numbers to call one by one as soon as school finishes. That is the level of urgency I was operating at. And that is what led me to close $20,000 in 2 weeks after literally only starting the whole business 2 months ago. So if you guys can instill that urgency within you, the outcome is inevitable. Now, after I closed 20,000 in 2 weeks, that's what kind of made me realize that this business and teaching others how to do it, you know, if other people are able to do what I did, it would absolutely change their life, maybe to an even larger caliber or have an even larger impact than it did on my own. So then I got into the game where I started teaching people how to do it. Now, the reality is that, you know, SMMA gave me what coaching simply couldn't. Like, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love fitness, but I'm here because I want to help other people and I want to have a larger impact on their lives. And that's what this video is for, you know. I'm here because, yeah, I can tell you the blueprint to get you in shape, but taking someone from, working 2 full-time jobs to helping them make 10,000 in a single month is like the impact you're having on that person's life substantially outweighs just helping someone get in shape. You're helping this guy escape. You're helping this guy get freedom. The caliber and I don't even know what the right word for it is, but simply the impact you're having on someone's life by helping them make more money is always going to go further than if you were to just help them get in shape. And that's the way I see it. I still love fitness. I still go to the gym plenty myself. I'm still somewhat strong, not as strong as I was at my peak, but it's because my focus has shifted. Now, the truth is, most people who are starting out, you guys are too busy caught up in the validation of other people. And if you let that happen to you, if you let the opinions of others tear you down and kind of make you stop doing what you're doing, then you're never going to be successful. And that's the truth. You should stop worrying about what everyone's thinking of you and worry about money in the bank. Because I tell you right now, if you do a me, after I made the money, everyone was asking me for advice. And that is the simple truth. They'll talk shit at the start. They'll ask you how you did it after you get the results. And, back on what I'm saying with, obviously SMMA gave me what coaching couldn't. I can't change people's lives to the extent that I do with helping them start and scale businesses. I can't do that with fitness coaching. And that's just the truth. But now that you know the story, it's time to actually teach you guys how to do it. Now, if you guys are still watching this video now, my hopes are up for you. The next couple hours of this video is going to be absolute straight sauce. Through my own story, I have showed you guys what is possible. And now I'm going to show you guys exactly how I did it and exactly how you can do it. Now, let's break down what SMMA actually is and how you're going to build yours from absolute scratch. Without further ado, let's start dropping the sauce, boys. I'm excited to get into this. Let's go. Alright guys, now I'm actually gonna be helping you guys slowly build that business up from the absolute ground up. The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna be talking about value and different models within the digital marketing agency business. Now, this is where you actually start to take action. By the end of this sort of module, what you are going to know is exactly how you are going to charge and what you are actually going to charge your clients and what service you're actually going to be delivering to them. We're going to be going over different ones, and I'm going to suggest what is probably best for you depending on what level you are at within your business. Now, the first thing that I need you to make sure you're aware of within this business model, I get that it's the whole social media marketing agency, but stop thinking like a marketer. That's the biggest mistake people make. You have to realize that, you have to realize that a business owner does not want views. They don't want likes. They don't want followers. They don't give a shit. They want more money. And that is your pure goal. Stop thinking like a marketer, like, I'm gonna make these guys go viral. Bro, you need to make them more money. And that is the only thing you should be focused on. And the reality is, if you help businesses land more appointments, the reality is that you're gonna get closer to the cash, and the closer you are to the money, the more you're worth to them. So your pure focus should be getting as close to that money as possible. So booking them more leads, getting them more appointments. That is what your main focus is. Obviously, you can't do much about the shows and the actual sales. That's on them. But you have to realize that your focus shouldn't be on the top of the value ladder. Your focus shouldn't be on purely awareness and traffic. Your focus needs to be on leads and booking appointments, because that is closer to the money. And like I said, the closer you are to the money, the more you're worth to the actual business owner. Now, the reality is that if you get 100 website visitors, but they're all fucking useless, then you're not benefiting them in any way, shape, or form. The reality is that traffic means nothing without actual conversion. So the thing is, branding in itself, if you have good branding, people might like you and you might build a good reputation. But generating a business more leads is what gets them more appointments, it's what gets them more sales, and that is what is going to help them make more money. So the reality is, you might get a good reputation from good branding, but you know what will also get you good reputation? Doing a whole magnitude of jobs and doing them all really well, and then spreading word of mouth, having good reputation that people go off, and they'll be like, imagine you do it for 10 different people. You're a solar installation company, you do it for 10 different people, and you do the best job in the world. Then those people are going to go tell their friends about it. That is better than having a good brand logo and a good social media account set up. Having a good reputation over exceeds what good branding can give you. Now, the reality is that your job is not to just get attention. Getting attention is easy. You want to turn the attention into action. And that is your pure goal. Obviously, you have to actually gain the awareness and traffic to turn them into leads and appointments. But your goal in reality is to get them more appointments. You have to be thinking lower. You can't be thinking purely on getting them more awareness, because that's not going to lead you down the right path. And, then you're going to come into those problems where someone pays you for a single month and then they fuck off. You know what I mean? You really don't want that to happen. You want clients lasting with you for 5-6 months at a time. And the question you should always be asking yourself, no matter what you're doing within the business for your client, no matter what you are doing for your client within the business, you should always be asking, does this get them closer to generating more revenue? If the answer is no, then you most likely don't need to do it. Your pure intention, remember always, is getting your client more money. Now guys, when we say SMMA, the business model is a very broad term. And the reality is, there's so many different ways to go about doing SMMA. You can do it in so many different ways. And marketing has so many different aspects to it. You have website building, you have funnel building, you have actual paid advertising. There's so many different ways to go about it. And we're going to be going over different ways to go about it and what is probably best for you, especially since most of you guys watching this video are beginners. We're going to be kind of evaluating each different way you can go about it, and I'm going to break that down for you guys just so you guys know what you're actually getting into and what is probably best for you if you want to get profitable as soon as possible. Now, the first model we're going to be talking about is the retainer model. Now, what a retainer model is very simple. It's simply, you say someone is paying you a monthly or quarterly fee. There's no performance-based bonuses, none of that. They're just paying you simply month to month. Now, the good part about this is that you always know how much this client is going to pay you. If you sign them at $1,000 a month, they're going to pay you $1,000 a month. It's very predictable to know how much money you're going to make, right? And the other pro to that is that the scalability of it on a long term is way better. Because if you have people charging you monthly, if you have people you're charging monthly, then you always have that guaranteed income. And then you look at $10,000 a month, right? Let's say you're making $25 an hour right now. $10,000 a month is 400 hours working a month. That's you working 100 hours a week. But if we kind of break that down with a retainer model, you have to convince 5 businesses to pay you $2,000 a month. And then when you look at it like that, it's not really something crazy, is it? Now, the real only problem you will have with a retainer model is that it's harder when you're at the start. You don't have the testimonials built up yet. You can't be like, oh yeah, look, I've done this for this person, I've done this for that person. It is much harder to do that, and you have to build a lot more trust within the business owner, and you have to build a connection with them before you kind of try get into the retainer model. That is the only problem with the retainer model. I think that, can you start with it? Yes, but you have to start at a lower price point. Your services might be valued at $2,000 a month, but you might have to just charge $1,000 a month for the first few people to build up that reputation. Then when you actually look at charging more money, you can be like, well, yeah, look, I've done this for this person, I've done this for that person, and it's not really a problem anymore, because what does that do? It helps you build the trust with the business owner. If they can see tangible results that you've delivered for other people, then they're going to be a lot less hesitant. Whereas if you go on a call with them and you're like, oh yeah, it's $2,000 a month, and then they're asking you who else you've done it for, and then you're like, well, I actually haven't done it for anyone before, but you'd be the first, blah blah blah. It's not a very good look for you, right? Oh yeah, you're charging this business $2,000 per month for something that you haven't even tried yourself yet. Now, the beauty with the retainer model is that it's a monthly fee, and that is the absolute best thing about it. I think that most likely, if you are a beginner, it'll be harder to get your first client if you run through the retainer model, but it's also a very good way to go. Just start low price points, $500 to $1,000 per month. Once you get better, once you start expanding your skill set, then you look at charging $2,000 per month, $3,000 per month. And the startup capital when you're doing a retainer model is very low. The knowledge needed, all you really need knowledge-wise, is how to run, meta ads like Facebook, Instagram ads, and then on top of that, some Google ads, SEO optimization. But even on a very baseline level, all you really need to know is how to run meta ads and how to edit videos. So it's very beginner friendly. Those are all things that take very minimal amount of time for someone to learn. And realistically, for a service-based business, the demand for this shit is so high, especially if you look at the trade industry, like solar panel installation companies, they're getting $15K per job. If you help them get an extra 3 jobs per month just from running ads, you're helping them make an extra $40,000 a month. So realistically, it's a very good model to get into. And as far as effort exerted on your end, it's not too high. You have to stay on top of their ads. You have to do this, you have to do that, but it's not the most complicated thing in the world, to be completely honest. Now, the next model we're going to be getting into, and my least favorite, to be completely honest, is pay per lead. Now, what this means is if you say, oh, I will take 3% of every job you land, every lead you get. Now, what that means is that, if you're running ads for them, this business starts getting leads, and let's say they get 10 leads, and you're charging them $50 per lead. You've just made $500. The problem with pay per lead is that the income is so inconsistent. You can't actually guarantee you're going to make any money, to be completely honest. You can't guarantee you're going to make jack shit, and that might not be a problem with your ability to actually create effective ads, but it can be also a problem with the actual company's, the company's reputation, the company's actual offer. So there's so many inconsistencies and variables that are out of your control within the pay per lead model, where, in my opinion, it's not the right way to go. The only benefit about it is that if you're a starter, it is so much easier to close initial deals, because as a business owner, they're making no upfront cost of their own. And you're essentially incurring all of that because you have to put all the effort in when the result isn't even guaranteed. The actual business owner is taking on no risk of their own. It's you risking your time to kind of get them the result that's not even guaranteed. So if you're a beginner, it's very easy to land clients on pay per lead, because you can imagine, like, if they're not paying you anything up front. Why the hell would they even say no, right? And as far as that goes, depending on the business model or what business you're actually targeting, you know, what niche you're talking, we'll get into that very soon. As far as that goes, it's really like the money you can get per lead, it's very high, to be completely honest. If we go back off of the solar installation companies, let's say they land 1 in every 5 leads and you help them generate 10 leads per month. That means if you help them generate 10 leads per month, you're helping them land 2 $15,000 jobs per month. And what that means is you're helping them make a potential extra $30,000 per month. And, you know, for a business like that who's charging $15,000 per job, you can charge them like $300 per lead you secure. So, you know, from the $30,000 extra they're making from the ad spend you're running for them, then you're making an extra $3,000 yourself. So, you know, pay per lead, it can go very well and it can go very bad at the same time. It's really, you know, it's really a gamble to take it on, and it kind of depends on which business model. Personally, I wouldn't recommend it. If you're a beginner and you're struggling to get people on a retainer, there's even other ways to go about it. This is more sort of a last resort. Now, the next one is very similar. Pay per appointment. Now, what you're doing in pay per appointment is instead of like the business paying you per lead, they're paying you for every actual booked appointment they get. So if we keep going off of the solar company installation, let's say you get 10 leads per month, but only 5 of those actually end up booking through with an appointment, and then only 2 of those end up going through as a job. Instead of paying you for the 10 leads that you generate them, they're going to pay you for the 5 appointments that you book them from your ads. So the leads don't matter at all. What matters is the appointments. But to get more appointments, you also have to get as many leads as possible. Now, the reality is that the good thing about price per appointment is if you're in a very lucrative business model like solar installation, there is so much higher price potential for what you can charge per appointment you book. And it's very attractive for a lot of niches. You think all these trade companies like electricians, plumbers, car detailers, any service-based business will be very interested in a pay-per-appointment kind of deal because, you know, pay-per-appointment means that if they book with the company from your ads, they are making money guaranteed, as opposed to leads where it's like, it's really a gamble whether that lead actually converts into a paying client, where appointments essentially almost guaranteed, right? So this is very attractive for a lot of in-person service-based businesses. And if you're helping in-person service-based businesses, this is a very good point to start out at, especially when you don't have the testimonials to charge a retainer model yet. So, you know, the one thing about this is that you have to be very good at sales, because if you're paying per appointment, then you are in charge of converting the leads into appointments as well, which means when this business gets leads, you're going to have to call them up yourself and you are going to have to book the appointment for them on behalf of the business. So, you know, sales is a very easy thing to learn. We'll briefly touch bases on it soon, but on top of that, I can always make a video on high ticket sales itself, so you guys can learn how I learn it, how my mentor learns it, because this guy was closing $10,000 deals and without a problem actually. So we can talk about sales later, but just keep in mind that if you're doing pay per appointment, you have to develop your sales skills before you get into this sort of model. The reality is though, if you want to make money anywhere, your ass needs to know sales. Sales is one of the most important skills you can learn in 2025 and onwards, because I truly believe that if you learn the skill of sales, you will never go broke. It's impossible, because even if I lost all the money to my name right now, you deleted all my social media, the internet got taken away, send me to a car dealership where I'm breaking every single record they have. And that's a fact. That is the importance of learning sales. You will never go fucking broke. You'll never have to work at Macca's again. So there's a beautiful thing about learning sales. So even if you're not doing the pay per appointment model, learn sales. And the beautiful thing, you know, as I was saying, is if you're in a more lucrative business model, let's talk dentist, solar installation. Let's say you're talking about dentists. A dentist for like veneers or something like that, $10,000 for a job. And if you help them book a job, so if you help them book the appointment, you're like, I'll take 5% commission for booking the appointment for you. 5% of a $10,000 job is $500. So when you look at it like that, it's a very appealing model, but you have to be more experienced in the sales department. But the beautiful thing about it is how well it works with people who have some sort of service-based business. So for me, what I usually would do if I were you is I'd start on a retainer. Like if I'm on a call with a client, I'll be like, it's $500 per month, whatever it is. But if that doesn't go through, I will essentially offer them pay per appointment as the last resort. If they're not comfortable spending a monthly, I'll be like, how about we set it up so that, I only make money if you make money. Does that sound fair to you? And, obviously it does. So now the next model, and one of my favorite models as well, probably would be the discrepancy guarantee model. Now, what the discrepancy guarantee model is that you are essentially guaranteeing them X result, or you're guaranteeing them the outcome. And if you do not deliver to that outcome, then, you give them their money back. So that's what I like to do. I like to do this if I'm more inexperienced. One thing it will really help you with is incentivizing you to actually do work. And that is the beautiful thing, because so many people are lazy as fuck. But let's say you get this guy on $1,000 a month and you're in discrepancy guarantee. You're guaranteeing that you'll get him 20 leads in the next month, or you'll give him his money back. You've seen that $1,000 hit your account. You are not going to want that money to leave your account. So what are you going to do? You're going to put more effort to deliver this person the result. So the beautiful thing with that is that if you do end up delivering the result, you are of value to the business owner. So they are going to keep you on so long as you keep performing. So I like to kind of run this. If I was to start again, I'd run the retainer model and add a discrepancy guarantee within it. So what that would sort of look like is, look, man, it's $2,000 a month, but if by the end of the month I do not generate at least 25 leads for you, I will give you all the money you have sent to me for this month. I will give that all back to you, no questions asked. So the beautiful thing about that is if you can come off as this overconfident ass, you're so confident that you can deliver this guy results, it's going to show. And having a guarantee like that really does help them trust you more. And there is very low risk for the actual business owner. If you have any sort of guarantee, it's much harder for the business owner to say no, right? Because like the book Sell Like Crazy says, make an offer so good that they would feel stupid saying no. And adding a discrepancy guarantee helps you do that. Now, this is a more lucrative kind of model, the Trojan horse retainer. And what it sort of looks like is you are essentially finding a flaw within a business and you're fixing that for free. And then you are essentially pitching an offer to them. So I'll give you guys a very good example of this. Let's just say I find a local business. I look at their website. The website looks like shit. I'll call this business up and I'll be like, hey man, I noticed your website looks like shit. You mind if I fix it for free? And they'll be like, yeah, all good, because why wouldn't they turn that down? You make a really good website for free. And then what that positions you as is, if that business ever needs help in the online space, they want to run ads, you are their first option. You're the first person they're going to go to. It positions you in that place. But the only downside to this, right, is that, you'll lose a lot of clients in that free phase. A lot of people, you're going to build that website for them and then you're going to pitch another offer and they'll tell you to fuck off essentially because they weren't planning on spending money with you. So the amount of time you're investing to get a single client is it's a lot more. Now, this is a decent model if you're just starting out. I'd advise that realistically you go discrepancy guarantee on top of a retainer, but this one, it's not too bad. And the really good things about it is that you're providing a lot of value up front, and it is a lot easier to close a client without building the trust, because if you're doing something for free, everyone likes free stuff. And it's not that bad, but I would advise that you pick the retainer over this and just add a guarantee on top of it. We're kind of past the days where people do anything for free. I feel like even if you might be offering to build someone a free website, they're still going to sense that you're trying to sell something to them, because why would you do that for free? No one would do that for free out of the goodness of their heart. You know what I mean? So basically what you're doing in a Trojan horse is you're finding a flaw in their business already, you're fixing that for them for free, and then you're pitching your offer. So a lot more effort exerted, but the potential, if you actually close a client from it, it's very good because they trust you a lot. So it's very easy to retain clients that you get from the Trojan horse retainer. The amount of time you're investing to get a single client is just a lot more. Now, moving on to how much should you charge? Now, we're going to talk about this further after we actually get into different niches, like different types of businesses you're going to be helping. It's going to be in the next module. But realistically, you should not be pulling prices out of your ass. And you got to be thinking in terms of the client's lifetime value. So basically, let's say if you get someone on $2,000 a month and they stay for 6 months, that client's not worth $2,000. He's worth $12,000. So you got to be thinking on LTV and how long you can actually keep the client on whatever price you're charging. So the reality is that how much you're charging should be based off of what model you're going into. If you look at electricians, let's say you help. An electrician's job is really like $300, $400. And obviously they're going to get a lot more jobs than, say, solar installation. But the problem is it's just not that much money there. So I think that whatever, essentially, if you're generating the business more leads, let's say you're guaranteeing them 20 extra leads per month, and this person makes $500 per job. That is an extra 10K potential that you could help them make. And usually you can charge 10 to 30% of whatever that value is. So with solar installation, you can charge a lot more. Let's say with solar installation, let's say a job is $15,000 and you can generate them 3 leads per month. For 3 leads, you can charge them like $3,000, $4,000 a month. No problem at all. Because a lead in a company that charges that high per job they're landing, they're getting way more money per lead. So you can charge higher in turn for each lead you generate for them. But that's kind of my pricing formula. So the client LTV times the amount of clients you'll bring in for them, and then you times that by about 10 to 30%, and that's where you kind of get your figure. Now, moving on, we're going to talk about, this is a little bit of sales sauce, how to get your clients to say yes without any objections. Now, this is a very interesting one because, even for the Apex, I was taking a lot of sales calls myself, and, you get to the price and they wouldn't even think twice about it. They'd be like, yeah, let me buy it. And here's how you get to that outcome. Your offer, what you're delivering for your clients, should purely be based off of the return on investment you're getting them. Don't think about yourself at all. You got to think about purely look at it from your business owner's perspective. How are you going to benefit them in the best possible way? Make it low risk, high reward, as we were talking with guarantees, doing things for free. Make it as low risk as possible for the business owner, because if there's no risk in it for them, or if they see that there's no risk, then you can't say no if there's no risk, you know what I mean? And then on top of that, what I like to do is I like to add urgency. like, even if you don't have any clients, just be like, oh yeah, I got a couple people, limited spots available. We can get more into the sales side of things in a further video, but the real thing is, and this is probably the best thing that a lot of people don't talk about as far as sales goes, is that you want to give them two options that both benefit you. It's like how in the movies, you'll have the small popcorn's only like $5, and then the medium one is like $9, and then the large one's $11. Even though the large one does cost more, it's only $2 more than the medium one. So immediately you're leaning towards the large one. You know what I mean? So what you want to do is you want to apply that same concept into your offer and in your sales. How you're going to do that is the example I gave you guys. So here's how we can move forward. I'll give you two options and you can pick the one that feels right for you. Now, $1,500 a month, full retainer with our full guaranteed 20 qualified leads in 30 days, or we'll work for free until you hit that. Now, on the flip side to that, what I can also do for you is I can give you a free upfront audit where I will look at everything you're doing wrong, and I will essentially, and then you can decide if you want to work with us from there. I'll look at everything you're doing wrong, what problems I can help you solve, and how much more money I can help you make. That is a very important thing. I can, for free, look at the problems you have right now. I can tell you how I'm going to solve them. And once I tell you how I'm going to solve them and how much extra money I can make you by solving them, then you can choose whether you decide to work with me or not. Either way, you win in that situation. If you do the audit and there's not much wrong and they don't see the value, maybe you don't close the client. It's still good for your experience, because if you can spot out things that are wrong within someone else's business, then you know what to fix within your own. You can see problems and you can spot them out a lot easier. So it's actually just in general very important to be able to and be able to and have the capability to identify problems within a business. So realistically, it's a win-win situation. And on the flip side to that as well, it's like you can, for example, just add the retainer with our guarantee. On the flip side, you can just say a lower retainer without the guarantee. So let's say $1,500 a month retainer with our full guarantee, 20 qualified leads or 30 days, or we will work for free until we hit that. On the flip side, I'm happy to just do it for $1,000 a month, but then the guarantee doesn't apply. Then immediately in their brain, they're thinking, well, it's an extra $500 and I'm guaranteed results. They're going to think and lean towards the guaranteed results, right? Now that we've kind of gone upon picking your model and what you're actually going to do, you might be on the retainer. You might be adding that with discrepancy guarantee. I hope you're not on pay per lead. You might be on pay per appointment. You might be on the Trojan horse guarantee. Now that you have picked what you're doing, and if you're still watching this, I'm suggesting to you right now that you either pick retainer or discrepancy guarantee. Pay per appointment's not bad, but you have to work up the sales skills to do that, which we will help you do. But for beginners, I recommend just retainer, discrepancy guarantee. Now you understand how the value ladders and the monetization process of this business actually works. What we are going to help you do is actually choose your niche. So obviously, I'm sure most of you guys, I'd hope, know what a niche is. It's essentially what type of business you're helping, and we're going to help you choose that. And, let's move straight onto that. So the next part is the niche selection masterclass. And guys, the interesting thing right now, you probably notice that I don't have to cut this video up. I just know what I'm talking about. And that's the beautiful thing. So many people, they will fucking record one slide at a time. I think that's honestly disappointing. I can record 2 modules at a time and be completely fine. An hour. That is a very important thing for you guys to learn. Learn to become a better communicator, because it will benefit you in every aspect of your life. If you're able to become a better communicator, you'll be able to talk to the camera like this. You'll be able to get on the phone call with another business without stuttering at all. And when you have no stutter and when you just have a free flow speech, it comes off as confidence. You know, you have practice, you know what you're doing, especially if you're doing something like pay per appointment. If you get on a call with a business owner and you don't stutter at all and you just have free flowing speech, they're going to trust you a lot more to take some of their sales calls because they're going to be like, well, this guy's probably not going to fuck up. But aside from that, moving on, we're going to get into the actual niche selection process. Now, realistically, bro, focusing on a niche is genuinely like so important because your niche and your strategy are practically in line. You know what I mean? Like I had a mind blank, so I can't really think, but it's like they're intertwined with each other. That's the right word. And if you don't pick a specific niche to focus on, then your strategy doesn't reflect benefiting that specific niche, then you're gonna have problems because you can't just market to everyone. You can't do 10 different niches at once. You can't be helping gyms and solar installation companies and dental companies and charities. You know, when I did my marketing agency, we focused on charities and not-for-profit organizations. I learned a lot about them as well. You know, if you're donating $1 to a starving kid in Africa, you know, maybe 50 cents is going to the starving kid in Africa, and the reality is that the charity is taking the other 50%. So I did it for charities and not-for-profit organizations. I'm not saying that's what you have to do, but the reality is, and the point is, that you need to focus on one singular business. And a good niche, which hopefully we're going to help you choose, a good niche helps you solve a big and expensive problem, and that is your goal. And we're going to be talking about criteria as far as niche selection and everything goes very soon. Now, I actually made this sheet for you guys. Let me move my camera out the way so you can... Oh. Whoops. Let me move my camera out the way so that you guys can actually get in on this. I genuinely sat down and I got a whole list of business models for you guys. 69 plus niche ideas for you to spark your brain. It's actually something like 85, but this is just to show you there are so many niches around that there is no reason for you to focus on 10 different ones. Like, you don't want to be average at 10 things. You want to be a master at one. You know what I'm trying to say? If you can be the best in one industry, then you're going to make money, because the reality is there's so much money in every single industry. So I gave you guys this whole list. You should probably take a photo of this right now. Let me just give you a second to take a photo of that. Once you've taken a photo of that, we're going to be moving on an actual criteria as far as selecting your niche goes, and what criteria you should follow when you're selecting your own niche. So in my opinion, local service-based businesses are the easiest to start on, and that's just because what we were talking about with pay per appointment, you know, you can tell these local service-based businesses, you know, if I don't get you 10 appointments in the next month, then I don't make money, you don't make money. There's no risk for you. So the beautiful thing, the best thing to start with, in my opinion, is local service-based niches. Now, make sure you have taken a photo of this before we move on, but let's move on. Now, here are the key niche questions you should be asking yourself before you actually decide to focus on that specific niche. The first thing is, do they spend money to get customers? And when I say that, I mean, are they currently running ads? Because, you know, if they currently are, then you can help them improve their ads. If they're not at all, then obviously you can help them start running ads. Now, the next thing is, can you actually track the results for them? How many leads you're generating them? Obviously, if you're running meta ads, you can track that. So that should be a tick for almost everything. But can you track the actual bookings, and can you actually track the sales that you are generating them? If the answer is no, it's going to be very hard to get you paid. So Make sure it ticks off that box. Now, the next thing is that, is it hard to fulfill or easy to learn? When I say that, I mean, how much effort are you putting in to actually fulfill your service to the business? Now, what that kind of means is, how much effort are you putting into their ads every single day? How many hours are you putting in every single day to kind of help this business and actually provide them with the sufficient value? That's what that kind of means. Make sure it ticks off that box. And this, and probably one of the most important ones, is, are there enough of them? Not just online, not just locally, both of them. Are there enough of this business? Because if there aren't, then it's a tiny problem. Because if there's not many of the businesses, the demand of the service is probably low. So you need to make sure that there's actually a sufficient amount of businesses within this niche, and like genuinely, I mean a lot. Because if you go for a very lucrative model, I don't even know what example to draw for. If you've seen on TikTok those guys who like build backyard pools, and those jobs are like $200,000-$300,000. But the thing with that is that in Australia at least, there might be like 5 to 10 of those businesses in the whole country. And once you find 10 of those, only maybe one of them, if you're lucky, will convert. And obviously that one is going to pay you a decent chunk of money. But the problem is scalability. So you need to make sure, like, for example, you want to get into something like solar installation. There's plenty of solar installation companies in Australia or whatever country you're in. There's plenty of dental companies in whatever country you're in. So that is your goal. You need to make sure you're getting into a niche that has enough businesses to go around. Now, the last person or the last question you should be asking yourself is, do you personally care about or relate to the niche? Because if the answer is yes, and I'm going to give you guys a very good example of this. Let's say that you right now, you're working a full-time trade, you're working as an electrician, you're working as a plumber, and you have seen your boss struggling because he's not getting enough bookings, he's about to go bankrupt. You are going to care about that, and you're going to care about helping people in a similar position to that, because you've been there and done that yourself. You've been in the same shoes, you've worked as one. So if you can find a niche that you have some sort of personal connection to, it's going to be much easier for you to actually work on the business itself. There's going to be a lot less resistance within working in it. So if you can find a business that you can personally relate to in some way, I definitely go for it. I find that within the Apex, at least my mentorship, a lot of people who are working apprenticeships as some sort of tradesman, they'll usually get into some sort of trade niche and help those people out, because there's so much more personal relation when you get on a call and you've worked a trade before and you're talking to the owner. You know how the business works already. There's so much more baseline trust already built there. So you don't have to break that barrier of trust down if you've worked there and been there, done that. So if you can find a business or niche that you can personally relate to, because you're going to find it much easier to actually build that trust with them. Now, the next question is, when do you pivot? When do you change niches, or when do you double down? Because the reality is that, it is a very high chance that the first niche you go into is not going to work out for you. And that's just the truth. I'm not going to sugarcoat any of this shit. I'm not going to tell you that the first cold call you ever have is going to convert into a paying client. It's just not the game. There's nothing good in life comes easy. So you have to be willing to adapt, you have to be willing to change, and you have to be willing to notice your own flaws and when it is the time to change and address those flaws. So what I like to think, at least, and to be honest, I got pretty lucky in the sense that I did a lot more research into each niche, and I got into charities and not-for-profit organizations because all the owners are just cash cows. I got into that and I got lucky with that because the first niche I went into worked out, right? That might not happen for you, and here is what to do if that doesn't happen for you. Now, what I like to think is if you have taken 100 cold calls and you have not closed a client yet, you should probably switch niches. And or you should address your offer. You know, maybe your offer is not good enough. Maybe your pitch isn't good enough, which we're going to get into later. But if you have taken 100 cold calls and you haven't even booked a meeting yet, then you should probably look at addressing some flaws within your offer or just change niches entirely. Now, the big and most important thing, and the biggest thing I see that causes people to fail, is switching their niches too often. Do not switch your niches every single fucking week. You know, so many people who joined the Apex were doing that shit. They were switching their niches every single week. And I was like, what are you doing? Because let me give you this example. It's for any business model you get into. Let's say you tried trading. Let's say after a year of trading, you would have gotten profitable. You don't know that you would have gotten profitable after a year of trading, but that's just how it is. It's within online business, you're guaranteed an outcome after X amount of time. You just don't know when X amount of time is. So let's say with trading, you would have gotten profitable after a year if you stuck to it, but you gave up at 11 months. You know, then you're never going to know. If you tried drop shipping for 6 months, it would have worked after 8. You would have started making money at 8 months. The reality is that this might sound delusional to say, or it might sound delusional to think, but my pure focus is just to show up every single day, right? Because I know that one day things are going to turn around. So do not switch niches every week. You should only ever be switching niches if you have genuinely put in so much volume to the point that you're genuinely like, I need to change niches. You should not be changing them every single week. You should have at least 3 to 4 weeks of standing with one niche. And if you're choosing a niche that follows the checklist I gave you literally a couple slides ago, you shouldn't need to change the niche. If you take enough cold calls, if you message enough businesses, eventually one is going to grab your attention, or eventually you're going to grab one's attention and they're going to pay you. If you follow the checklist, do not go off and do your own shit. The chance of you failing is much higher. Now, the second you get a good win in any singular niche, you should stay in that niche. If you can prove to yourself that, for example, let's say you're doing solar installation, if you can prove to yourself that you can produce results for a solar installation company and you produce substantial results for them and they're very happy with you, now you have a very good case study. If you've shown yourself that you can produce results for such a business, then stay in the fucking niche. It is very important to not think, oh, well, you know, I've done it for this one. Let's go to another one that, you know, there's more money to be made. There's higher potential per client. Do not do that. Stay in your niche and dominate the absolute shit out of your niche. If you can show yourself that you're highly skilled and highly capable within this niche, there's no reason to change it at all. Now, we're going to be talking about this whole saturated concept. Everyone says, don't try dropshipping. It's too saturated. I've been talking so long that my coffee has gotten cold. Now, everyone talks about how, you know, dropshipping is saturated. This whole saturated concept means that too many people are doing it. And the thing I say is that it's so saturated, why can't you just be the best? Because the reality is, there's still people making money dropshipping. They're just doing it better than you. So, in my mind, saturated doesn't exist, because I believe that if I go into a business model, I can be the absolute best at it. And if you're the absolute best at something, saturated doesn't exist. Because, yeah, there's a lot of people trying, but if you're doing it better, then you're the one that's making the money. So, the reality is that in a saturated niche, there's more competition, yes, but there's also more trust within the niche. Now, a very good example I'll give you guys is the dental industry. You know, there's a lot of people who try to do marketing for dental companies. And the reality is, yeah, there is a lot of people, but the whole idea of running paid advertising and doing that stuff for dental companies, they're much more fond of the idea. They've heard the idea multiple times. Other dental practices, they're doing the paid advertising. So, yes, they're probably getting more people with marketing agencies calling them than, say, a solar installation company. But the reality is that the idea is much, you don't have to break that trust to them. You don't have to combine that bridge. You don't have to build that bridge and build that trust with them, because they already know the game of paid advertising. So yes, there's more competition, but saturated niches are so much more well educated and they trust you way easier. Now, the other model I want to talk about, or the other kind of niche I want to talk about, is the underserved niches. Now, what does that mean? What do I mean when I say underserved? It means that it's easy to actually get in the model, but it's harder to actually last within it. And that means that not too many people are actually in the underserved niches. And the whole idea of the underserved niche is that, these guys, they sort of know how it works, but they don't have enough people reaching out to them. There's very few niches like this, but some good examples are, for example, like glass and window tinting businesses, roof cleaners, and cosmetic nurses. Now, if you look at these businesses, you can imagine, it's not a very lucrative business model. So therefore, you don't have many marketing agencies focusing solely on their businesses. Like, you can't really think about focusing on a window tinting business, right? But what does that mean? That means for you that there's not much competition within the window tinting niche. So, in my opinion, as a starter, it's probably easy to go for something that's in between saturated and underserved. And what a good example of that would be solar installation. I know I keep using it as an example, but between saturated and underserved, I think there's quite a few local businesses, local service-based businesses, such as, electricians, plumbers, and just all things along that line. You want to look at something that's not too competitive, but also on the flip side, no one knows about it at all. Because the problem with the underserved ones is they might know how ads work, but it's still much harder to build their trust, because they don't get any calls like that. They don't know how ads run. So it's much harder for you to actually build that trust. Then you got to go through the whole Trojan horse shit where you're like, oh, well, I'll help you do this for free. Please send me money after I do something and help you for free. Please. Yeah, we ain't about that shit over here. We're hitting them with the guarantees, we're getting the results, and we're getting fucking paid for it. So, in my opinion, you gotta find a sweet spot in between saturated and underserved. Now, the real key to actually succeeding within SMMA is just to go where the money is. Now, if your client is making $3,000 per deal, you can charge $1,000 very easily. And that's a fact. So what I look for in niches is niches with high ticket sales, recurring revenue, or expensive pain. When I say expensive pain, what does expensive pain mean? Expensive pain means someone might have been insecure about their teeth for their whole life, but it's expensive to fix the problem. That is what expensive pain is. You have pain points for someone, so like, what problems are these people facing and how can you solve them? But expensive pain is like a problem that they have that is expensive to solve, because you can attack that problem in your marketing, and next thing you know, you're convincing someone to pay $10,000 to the dentist you're marketing for to fix their broken ass teeth. So you don't need all three of these. I think high ticket sales is very important. Like, if these people are doing like $5,000, $10,000 jobs, then that is something you want to lean towards, because if you're looking at them and you're telling them that, I can book you 3 appointments a month and their jobs are $10,000, and you're basically saying to them that you can make them an extra $30,000 per month. So it's much easier to lean towards businesses that do high ticket sales. If you're doing, for example, restaurants, like I gave you guys in the graph below, restaurants are like genuinely like, what you go there, you eat a meal, you go out. How are you going to convince a restaurant owner to do their marketing for $1,000 a month? That probably, if you think about it with any sort of common sense, imagine you're a restaurant owner and I come to you and I'm like, yeah, I'll do your marketing for $2,000 per month. I'll get you more customers in the store. You'll make more than that from the marketing I do for you, as opposed to going to a dentist who's charging $10,000 for veneers, and I say to you, well, it's $2,000 per month, but I guarantee you that through our ads, we'll get you at least one job for the month, which means you'll be making 5x ROI on it. What offer sounds more appealing? It's the same price. It's just you're going into a different niche. You're targeting a different person. So go where the money is. You need to look at businesses with high ticket offers. Solar installation companies, dentists, whole like roofing companies, charging like $5,000-$6,000 to completely redo your roof. So just go where the money is. Look at high ticket businesses. That is very important. It might be harder and it might take you a bit longer to actually build trust and secure those clients on the high off ticket packages. But if you stay in the high ticket niches for the long run, you're going to end up making a lot more money. So now that we've kind of talked about niches as well, what I want you to do from here is, before you keep watching the video through, pick 3 to 5 niches, pick 3 to 5 niches that you're interested in, run them through the scorecard, and then just essentially go through the data, look at how it's going to work out. If they all meet the criteria, then pick one. Once you have gotten that one niche, then what you want to do is keep onto that niche, and we're going to move forward. We're going to show you how to outreach to these companies now. Within that niche, we're going to show you how to actually find the companies within the niche, etc., etc. But pick one niche and stick to it before you move on to the rest of the video. Alright, if your ass is watching this, you better have chosen a niche by now, because now we're going to start talking about how to actually build a brand. So now that you've chosen your niche, how are we going to create a good brand name, a good brand logo, a good website, etc., etc. So if you haven't chosen a niche yet, do not watch to this part yet. You guys should have run all the niches through the niche checklist and actually come out with one singular niche you want to focus on, because now we're going to talk about actually building a brand that sells. Now, why does branding actually matter? And that's a very good question. Here's the thing, bro. Branding isn't just for really big companies like, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, McDonald's. Branding isn't just for those really big companies. It matters for a business, no matter what scale it is operating at. So the first impression is the most important thing. If you think about human relationships, the first impression, statistically, what a person gets from the first 3 seconds of interacting with you makes up for 80% of how they perceive you during an interaction. So you think if you talk to someone for 10 minutes, the first 3 seconds makes up for 80% of the lasting impression they'll have on you after that conversation. So the first impression and what they first see from you is the most important thing, which means we really have to nail down on perfecting this. So the biggest thing and the most important thing about this is that the first impression and how good your first impression is what will help differentiate you in a saturated market. It doesn't matter what niche you're in, there's other agencies there as well. So you really want to nail down on the first impression. And the beautiful thing about it is that if you have a good first impression, what it's going to help you do is it's going to help you build trust and credibility a lot quicker. And having good branding in general is going to help you build very good long-term trust and credibility, which is, of course, in a business model like this and any business you do, very overly important. So now, what you also have to keep in mind is that you want to look as professional as possible. Now, we're going to talk about, setting up the business emails, setting up professional websites, etc., because the higher perceived professionalism you have, then the higher prices you can actually charge. The difference between having a bad logo, a bad website, and having a good logo and a good website could be the difference between you charging $1,000 a month and $1,500 a month. And I don't know about you, I want more money. So I would rather nail things down the first time. Now, first thing we're going to talk about is actually picking a good agency name and the criteria you have to match to be able to actually create a good agency name. The first thing is to make sure it is simple and easy to pronounce. If you have some whack shit that is hard for someone to actually pronounce, you're going to have much higher problems because from the get-go, you're going to confuse your prospects because they're going to be like, what the fuck is the ultimate digital marketing growth gurus? That's not hard to pronounce, but it's just like long and chunky, and you don't want that. Now, what we really have to make sure of as well is to avoid the too trendy words, because you see like Synergy, there are already companies with that name, and it's just not very nice. There's no creativity to it because it's too trendy, it's too popular. And what we really want to do is, if possible, and if you really can create a good name around it, add your niche as a reference in your brand name. For example, I gave you guys a good example, Scale Spark. Now, what would this be targeting? You guys can probably guess what it would be targeting, and that is exactly what you want. Scale Spark, believe it or not, is targeting Sparkies, electrician companies, and that's what you want to do. If you can actually create a brand name with the actual niche in mind to it, when you're reaching out to these people and you're like, hey, I was calling from Scale Spark with digital marketing agency. Scale Spark, they're already thinking, well, this guy's probably only doing it for Sparkies and electricians, right? So you do want to add reference to the niche if that is possible. You'll see in further slides that it doesn't necessarily have to be the case. You can create good brand names without it, but it definitely will help you, especially if you're just starting out, and it'll also help you more become the face of your industry, if that sort of makes sense. Now, the first thing I want you to do after you've created your brand name is to check the .com domain. Make sure that no one else has that brand name already. Actually, I believe we should probably... Actually, I believe... Now, what I will actually do for you guys is I do have a document of just criteria to choose a brand name. So if you want to screenshot this, make sure you are putting all of these things into account when you are creating your brand name. Now, I'll give you guys 2 seconds to screenshot this. I'll probably link it in the YouTube video as well, just so you guys have access to all of these resources, because I have a lot more free resources to actually give you guys. Now, after we've done this, after you've actually created your name, what we're going to do is actually secure your identity. Because, if you've created the brand name, then you realize there's 3 other companies that have the same brand name as you, then you're going to have a bit of problems. So as soon as you think of a good brand name, the first thing you need to do is you need to check the .com, and if it is free, go on like GoDaddy.com and just secure the website. You should get straight onto creating your website. There are plenty of video tutorials on how to actually create your website. I'm more than happy to step-by-step create one with you guys as well. It's just, I believe there's so many resources out there that can help you create one for free that I'm not going to go on for an hour of this video and walk it through step-by-step with you guys. This is mainly just a guide to show you guys exactly what you need to do and what you need to learn to actually create your agency and get it to $10,000 a month. But if you guys do suggest in the comments, then I'm more than happy to step-by-step walk you guys through how to create an actual website. And I'm happy to actually give you guys some resources within the Apex that will help you guys as well. But the main thing is to just lock in your website with either GoDaddy or Wix or GoHight. Like, there's so many different websites. My best suggestion for you guys is to use GoDaddy.com. They will help you get a domain and they'll help you get it for very cheap. And make sure you use namechecker.com so you can actually see if it is being taken on Instagram, on all these other websites as well. And after you've made your website and actually made sure that that's available, what you need to do is claim your brand on all the major platforms that you're going to be using as well. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Gmail. You need to claim all of these as soon as you have come up with your brand name. Very important. Now, my ass is tweaking. Now we're going to be talking, now that you've actually claimed your actual brand name and you've actually figured out your brand name properly now, what we are going to do is start looking into designing a logo. Now, the most important things to note in designing a logo is make sure it is simple. I see so many people with brands that are doing way too much. Simple will always win, and simple will always look higher quality, and it looks more premium when it's more simple. So my pillars are stick to 1 to 2 colors, use clean fonts and scalable formats, because you want to be able to scale it so that beyond it looking high quality as just your Instagram profile pic, it also wants to look high quality on the main page of your website, right? Now, I'm literally going to show you guys right now how easy it is to create your own logo. We're going to go onto canva.com. This is where you want to create your logo. Actually, if you want to just screenshot this real quick, this is my resources for creating a logo. This is what I give the people in the Apex. So if you want to just screenshot this, 2 seconds, this is going to be exactly how you're actually going to create your logo. But matter of fact, I will go on Canva right now, and obviously you can just search millions of templates. Literally just search up on the search marketing agency logo, and you are going to find so many good templates. And you can literally just rebrand, change a couple things. If we were, it's premium. I don't have premium right now, but if we were to literally go on one of the templates, it is this easy, guys. You just want to go on the template, and then if it wants to actually load, which I'm not sure it does. My Wi-Fi is playing with me today. But the point is, you can literally just go on this, rename it. That is all you need to do. If you want to go on one of the actual logos, for example, Lovebird Marketing Agency, I like that. That's pretty cool. But if you want to just go on literally the actual template itself, and then if this wants to load, I can actually show you guys as well. But you can literally go on the template itself, just rename it as your own, and then above that and beyond that, what you can also do is you can actually change the color of things as well. Because obviously this dove is white. You can change it to red. you can change it to black, which isn't going to be very useful in a black wallpaper. But there's so many things you can customize, and Canva makes it so easy as well. Like, if you magically decide that you like this template and you want this template to look like this instead, look how easy that was. It should not take you guys long to make a logo. It should realistically take you like 2 seconds, and just come out with like 4 or 5 different logos as well, just so you can actually look at a few different options. As you guys saw, it literally takes 2 minutes to actually create a logo itself. So create 4 or 5, and then just decide on which one you think will do best, depending on whatever industry you're in. So these are resources for creating a logo. Feel free to take a screenshot of this as well. I will provide this as well in the resources for you guys. Now, moving forward, we want to create logos that actually build trust within your industry, right? So the most important thing for you guys to know is understanding how different colors play on your psychology, right? So everyone knows that blue creates trust, green suggests growth, red creates urgency, and black makes it look more premium. Now, if I go back a slide to pillars, this is one of my clients, this is one of my clients. Look at how just simple yet premium these logos look. Pillars marketing, he was in a construction company, right? So it makes sense. That's going back onto, going into the actual niche, making your brand name revolving around your niche in some way. Pillars marketing for a construction company. How ironic, right? Now, moving forward, as I was saying, my suggestion at least is to make it look premium and add one of the other colors as well, to actually, dependent on what you want to do, trust, growth, urgency. This one's a very good example from one of my clients as well, Bright Bite Media. Now, he's in the dentist niche, and you guys can probably tell that just from the logo itself, which is the beautiful thing and the intention you need to have as well. Make sure that ideally they know what niche you are in just from your logo. It makes you look very personalized and very niche down, and it makes it look like you're only within that niche, because you are, right? But if you have a very broad logo, people can't tell. So that's what you want to make sure. Just make sure you have black to make it look premium, and add any one of the other colors to make it look or be perceived however you want it to be. And on top of that, make sure that you do not keep more than 2 lines of font. You want header and you want body. And that just makes it look very clean, very consistent. Head, body. Head, body. That is what you want to do. Now, you want the ultimate goal to be that from just your branding, that businesses actually trust you. Now, when I say this, I mean, let's say when I was doing fitness coaching, if you looked on my Instagram, you could click on my Instagram, you'd see the bio, and you'd be like, well, yeah, I help men gain blah, blah, blah onto their bench in under 90 days. And then what you'd see from there is highlights of me doing it for tens of people. Like, I had over 200 testimonials in my highlights of just simple client results. If you are, let's say you're a marketing agency and you're cold outreaching to a bunch of people, you're messaging a bunch of different businesses, you want them to be able to click on your account and just see that you can actually do it for them as well, without you even saying anything. Obviously, you have to send a message to reach out to them, but I don't know about you guys, but when people message me, I look at their profile. You know what I mean? So you want to look at it from their perspective. If you're the business owner and they're seeing a text from you, they're initially going to click on it. The big thing, and what I believe as well, is that there's no point in trying to organically grow a marketing agency. The days are past that. If I were you, to be honest, I just spend a few dollars, buy a few thousand followers. For the average business owner that's like 40 years old, they're not going to know if your followers are bought or not. Buy a few thousand followers, because I can tell you right now, your response rate if you're a marketing agency with 15 followers is much lower than what it's going to be if you have 3,000. So just trust me on that. Buy some followers. Make sure your account is formatted in such a way that benefits you and shows exactly who you're targeting. So the pillars to go off of to actually be able to do this is the first thing, social proof. Whenever you get a client win, post that shit on your story, chuck that shit in your Instagram highlights. I'll give you a very good example as well. We're gonna go to my Instagram right now, just so you guys can see exactly what I mean. Now, guys, you know, I'm in Gold Coast. My Wi-Fi is a lot slower here. So just bear with me on that one, yeah? All right, now we've gone into the Instagram. Obviously, this is the backup account, but it's besides the point. You'll see right here, what do? I help people make bank online. DM me Apex to get started. Step-by-step guide to make $10,000 a month online. You know, when you go on my page, you know exactly what I am offering. And then, after you've seen, obviously, you read the bio, you're like, oh yeah, so this guy does this. And then after that, what you're going to see is a lot of results for what I do, you know? And that is the intention. You want your bio to clearly state what you're actually offering. You know, obviously you're helping X company achieve Y outcome, and then you want results. Whenever you have client results, make sure they go on the stories and make sure you post that shit. So that's a very good example. I can make another video deep diving into how you actually want to format your Instagram as a marketing agency. But, you know, I also don't think it's something I'll go into right now, because this video is going to go for 1 million years. This is one very good example. It's one of my friends. You'll see Dranko Media, premium content marketing, because average was never the goal, helping creators scale through premium content. You click on Adrian's account, you know exactly what he is offering, and that is the most important part. And then from here, as you'll see, free value, very important, providing the free value. He's giving a bunch of free tips to you guys. And then on top of that, clients. He's showing client results. So the most important things for you is that you want to be able to click on the account. You'll see exactly what you're offering. And then, yeah, provide a lot of free value so that you know exactly what you're talking about. And then on top of that, go clients. Make sure they can see some sort of testimonial. If you don't have any testimonials, then just focus on providing the free value and showing exactly what you're doing. Like, look at how beautiful this formatting is. Like, this is absolutely amazing. And I would not change a single thing about this branding. You see, what should I post? This is showing exactly that you know what you're talking about. So just make sure you make it in such a way. 3 main things. When they click on your account, they need to know what you're offering. After they know what you're offering, they need to know that you actually know what you're talking about. And then after that, they want to see results. 3 most important things for your branding. Now, if we get back onto the slideshow, this is how you build trust through brand presence. Use Adrian's Instagram. Use my Instagram as very good examples. You want to do that. And you want your website. We'll get onto the website real quick as well. This is one of my clients, Leandro. He's doing over 10K a month. You will see on his website, and you guys can literally go on his as well. I don't care. This is what it shows when you click on his account. Go grow faster with local BDRs and AEs. So obviously, when you're clicking on this as a brand perspective, he's expecting that you already know what that is. But right here, you can click services. What is he actually offering, right? So This is very good because once you click on the website, you can find exactly what you're offering: outsourcer sales, business development, international growth, B2B sales, B2B growth. So he's making a very clear cut from the get-go. What is he actually offering? Now, you'll see. You click on the website, you go down, this is exactly what he's offering. Now he's giving you the statistics as to why the problem you have and how he can solve it. So that's the statistics he's delivering you guys. And then after that, he's just yapping for a bit. We know how to scale and build predictable pipelines across the world. Obviously, we already know that you do that. And this is just confidence. Speak with conviction. Everything you do should have conviction. Now, after that, after you guys know what he's offering, conviction because he knows that it works. After that, he's showing other brands that he's done it with. It's the exact same as branding on your Instagram, bro. It really isn't much different. And then straight to that, as I said on here, website with a clear CTA. Schedule a call has been down here. This whole time, this schedule a call has been down here. And as I read, now I see, what does this guy actually offer? How is he going to solve my problems? And then who has he helped before? All these other companies, because he's like that. Now that you've seen, what does he offer? How does he solve your problems? Who has he done it for before? Schedule a call straight away. If you're still skeptical to schedule a call, why do we choose you? And if you go on proven track record, you can see the clients he's worked with. Look at how beautiful that is. So this website, and I recommend this is it as well. If you're creating your website, go off of this. There's plenty of, free guides on how to create websites. I'm more than happy to create one myself if you guys feel like you need that as well. It's just, it would take like an extra hour, and I can make a whole different video on that. As I said earlier, I'm helping you guys build a guide so you know exactly what you need to do and exactly what you need to learn to be able to build your marketing agency. I probably will eventually make a video on how to create a good website. It's more than easy enough anyways. Like, there's so many templates and shit, and you can literally just plug in templates and then just copy paste your own information onto a template. It's not very hard. But now that you guys have understood what we actually want to build on the social media pages, we can move on to actually crafting your offer. Now, your offer is probably one of the most important things with your business, although everything kind of goes hand in hand. If you have a good offer but you have bad branding, you're fucked. If you have good branding but a bad offer, you're fucked. But I would say that your offer overall is probably the most important thing, because your offer is really about, how you package the results you deliver. And it's your promise to the clients. And that's why it is so important. This is their understanding on what you'll do and what they'll get from you and what happens if you don't deliver. You need to make these things very clear cut. So an offer is simply how you package the result you deliver. How is X service going to deliver Y outcome? And that is exactly what an offer is. And the most important part is that, we want to create a winning offer. How are you going to create a winning offer? Here is the most important thing, not just SMMA wise, this is sales in general. You're not selling a service. You are selling an outcome. I'm not selling you my digital marketing where I can generate you more leads. I am selling that, what would an extra $10,000 a month do for you? Then they go on. It would do X, Y, Z. It would let me take more time off. I'm not selling more leads. I'm selling the outcome that they want from generating those leads. So very, very important. Make sure you keep that in mind. Now, on top of that, offers that win will solve painful problems. Now, that is the most important thing. When you are on call with these people, we're going to talk about sales skills and all of that stuff. I'm going to give you guys plenty of resources so you don't have any problems with sales. The problem that you're finding within them, that is what you are trying to solve. So if you can find as many problems as they have, or find as many problems you can that they are facing and solve them, that is exactly what you need to do. A good offer solves painful problems with urgency. So the real question that you need to be answering, because every person and every business owner will instinctively have this question in their mind: why should I choose you over anyone else? And that is the thing, right? You want to be the best. And realistically, there's so many ways to go about this. I get this question all the time of why should I choose you over anyone else? And I'm like, well, if you wanted to choose someone else, you wouldn't be on the call today. You know what I mean? Like, I just speak with such genuine conviction that no one ever asked me that question. I've gotten that question asked plenty of times, yeah, but I'm at a point right now, like I said, if you have complete conviction and confidence on your calls, they are not going to ask you this, even though they're going to be thinking it in their mind. After you show them how everything works, they should not be asking that question. And if they are, just bring up the guarantee. You know, be like, well, I don't see many marketing agencies promising Y outcome. You know, you said that this outcome, you know, making this extra amount of money would help you do X, Y, Z. I don't see many marketing agencies promising you that outcome. Do you? The answer's probably going to be no. And then they're going to be like, oh yeah, shit, he's kind of right. So make sure whatever offer you have, it stands out. And it means that they shouldn't even be asking this question of why should I choose you over anyone else? Because the reality is that no matter what experience level you're at, is you can create an offer, a winning offer that will convert into paying clients. So here is the formula that I like to use for actually creating a high converting offer. Pain plus outcome plus guarantee, and that is the best conversion rate you're ever going to have. So pain, when I say pain, I mean speak to their problem. You know, you're not speaking to the person, you're speaking to the problem. You know, when I was doing fitness coaching, for example, I would spend the first literally 50-60% of the call, you know, I'm talking, oh yeah, you're out of shape. And how does that make you feel, bro? And he's like, oh yeah, well, my friends make fun of me. I don't really like that. See, I am not promising to get them into shape. I'm promising that I'm going to help them stop getting bullied. You know, they are getting bullied right now. People are making fun of them. I'm not even talking about how I'm going to get him into shape. I'm going to talk about how getting him into shape is going to stop him from getting bullied. You know what I mean? And that is exactly your goal. So the guarantee is literally just the cherry on top of that. You know, I'm talking to the pain, but the outcome I'm providing is solving the problem that they have. And the guarantee is just that cherry on top. You know, I'm so sure that I can solve your pain. I can generate the outcome that is going to solve your pain. And I'm so sure that I can, matter of fact, guarantee that I can do that for you. Now, what the guarantee does is literally, it lowers the risk so much that they literally feel stupid saying no. I literally use this like within the Apex, right? We guarantee that you'll make 10K a month within 6 months on the Apex. That's not to pull out of my ass. I'm just so confident that it works that I can put a guarantee like that in place. 10K a month in 6 months or your money back. You know, I say that to you, you're probably thinking right now, ooh, I need to know more about the Apex. And if you want to know more about the Apex, you can look at the link in the description. But I'm not going to spend this whole video yapping about that. I'm spending this video providing value to you guys. So realistically, all the guarantee is, like I said, it's the cherry on top. You know, after they've heard all of these things, like, oh yeah, I can solve your problems. This guy, if you look at it from the business owner perspective, you know, I'm sat here and I'm thinking, oh, this guy really thinks he can make me more money, and he's guaranteeing me that if he doesn't make me an extra $10,000 this month, that he'll give me my money back. You literally, to say no to an offer like that would sound like a fucking idiot, wouldn't you? And that is the goal. Your offer should be so good that they feel stupid saying no after they hear everything you have to offer. And the reality is that this formula of pain, outcome, guarantee, this works no matter what price point you're at. You know, if you're selling a service that's $10,000 a month, it's still the exact same formula. This formula is the exact same formula that people use to close multiple $1 million deals. So keep this in mind. You're speaking to their problem, your outcome is solving their problem, and the guarantee is guaranteeing that you are going to solve their problem. Makes it very hard to say no, doesn't it? Now, we're going to move on to actual offer stacking. Now, what is offer stacking? Offer stacking is simply you upselling by providing these tiny things that don't actually include any more work on your end. So what this does is it actually adds perceived value with things that are easy for you but valuable for them. Now, before we get into the examples of some stackers, I'll give you guys some personal examples. For example, when I was fitness coaching, what I would say is, you know, part of my offer was that you get a diet plan, right? And what I would usually say is, you know, you get this, this, and this. And on top of that, we actually give you guys a fully customized diet plan for free. So what that means is, though, even though it was already part of the offer, you know, I already offered the diet plan within the coaching that was $80 a week, whatever it was. But what I would act like is, oh, all of this stuff is $80 a week, and we actually provide this, which is valued at $20 a week, on top of everything that's $80 a week. We provide this on top of that for absolutely free. You know, even though it's obvious that it's part of the coaching offer, they're thinking, well, oh yeah, he's giving me more value for free. And that is what you want to do for them. Some examples of this in a marketing agency is, you know, the weekly Loom reports, 24/7 support, lead tracking sheet, free bonus ad audit. You're going to do that for them if you're working for them anyways. Post scheduling. So what you really want to do, and I'll give you guys a very good example of this. Let's just say you've pitched your entire offer and now you're talking to them. You're like, yeah, so, you know, on top of all of this, what we actually add as an addition for free is direct 24/7 support to any member on our team. So what that means is that we promise you that whenever you have any problems, whenever you have any questions or concerns with whatever we're doing for you, you will get a response within 2 to 3 hours maximum. We actually add that for free when it's usually bi-weekly check-ins or whatever it is. You'd say, usually we check in with you once a week. But what we're actually adding for free right now is our daily check-in system where you actually get direct 24/7 support from us. 24/7 support should be in your offer already, but reword things in such a way that it looks like whatever you're doing, 24/7 support, even though it's in your offer anyways, if you reword it in such a way where it looks like it's not in the offer originally, and you know they're paying $1,000 a month for XYZ you've already said, and they're getting that on top for free, it's natural human instinct. They think they're getting free value for not spending any more money. So just play the cards you're dealt with. It's all human psychology, right? Now, I'm going to give you guys some very good offer examples just so you can actually have things to go off of and you know exactly how to structure your own in such a way, right? We can actually talk about, I have a sheet for you guys that I'm going to share as well in the description of this video that's actually going to help you build a good offer. Now, Just a couple examples of offers. Real estate agent, if we'll get 10 buyers per month or we'll refund you. We'll get you 10 buyer leads per month or we will refund you. That is an offer. Chiropractor, 30 new patient appointments in 60 days or we'll work for free until you do. Gyms, 15 book trials in 30 days or you don't pay a single dollar. These are all prime examples of offers, but beyond that, what we're going to do is we are going to help you build your own offer. So what I've provided for you guys is the absolute source. 3 pages on crafting your perfect offer. We wrote this ourselves. My mentor wrote this. We provide it to the Apex people. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys the link to this, and you are going to craft your offer based off of this document. Whatever niche you're in, whatever brand name you have, you're crafting your offer in here. I will provide you guys the link and just make a copy of it and use the information off of here to create your own offer. Now, you see, I'm dropping you guys the full source out here today. I'm loving it. And now, I made a whole slide for this earlier, but I feel like some of you guys got that fishbowl ass memory. I feel like I just got to reinstate it a little bit. Add a damn guarantee. You have nothing to lose in adding a guarantee, especially if you're a beginner. Now, a guarantee reduces so much friction that, even if you don't have a client base, you're still going to have high conversion rates if you do have a guarantee, sorry. So some good examples of guarantees is we'll work if we do not reach Y outcome by X time, then we will work with you for free until we do reach that. And then some other ones, cancel anytime, first week free trial. Now, beyond actually promising a result, what a guarantee does is it promises that you're going to put effort in. This example I gave you guys earlier, for example, let's say you have a business that you're working with and you promise 20 leads in 30 days. And let's just say you've guaranteed 20 leads in 30 days. What does that mean you're going to do? You've seen this $1,000 from this business hit your bank account, and you've said, if I do not generate you 20 leads in the next 30 days, I'm going to give you your money back. You are probably going to work like hell to get this fucking business their 20 leads, right? Because you don't want to have to send that money back, do you? So that is the best thing about a guarantee. It promises that beyond you delivering results, it also promises that you are going to put effort and have accountability in what you're doing. And that is the beautiful thing about guarantee. Now, the beautiful thing about this is that, there are so many different offer types and so many different ones you can go with. I'm going to give you guys the ones I suggest and the ones I think would be best for you. But on top of that, you can feel free to try your own as well. So I gave you guys a bunch of irresistible offer types here. There's, first of all, the free trial to retainer. So that's like giving you a week free. If you like the work I'm doing, then you can pay me after that. The only thing with that is, if you're giving someone a week free, you're going to be working like so fucking hard. You're going to be working so hard to essentially, prove to them that you're worthy of them paying you. And that means you're going to be doing a lot of work and getting nothing out of it, because the truth is, with all these free trials, there are a lot of businesses that, they're not going to really bite. They might like your work, but not enough to justify the price that they're paying. And that means you've just done a week worth of work for nothing. So I don't really recommend the free trial to retainer thing. If you want to get the experience up, it's a very good thing in that sense. But the next thing is the pay-per-appointment model. Now, what the pay-per-appointment model looks like is, I already told this to you guys before. The pay per appointment just means for every appointment or call you book them, you get money and you get commission from it. Now, I don't really like this either because you have to take the sales calls for the business, but it is good in the sense that you will learn sales. So the next thing is discrepancy guarantee. What that just means is, let's say I will generate you 20 leads in the next 30 days, or I will give you your money back, or I'll work with you for free until I do. And then Trojan horse audit, we've talked about this already, is that you are essentially providing them something for free and then trying to forward them through to the retainer after that. Now, I'm not going to go one by one through all 10 of these. You guys should already have a decent understanding of all of these. The one thing I will say is the discounted first month. What I like to do if you're a beginner, what you can say is, it's actually $1,000 a month, but right now we're running an offer where, the first month is 50% off. If you do like the work after a month, we can look at continuing after that. So discounted first month always works pretty good, but the thing you have to remember, guys, it's always on discount. It's always 50% off. Even for the Apex, no matter what you're doing. When I was doing fitness coaching, I'm like, oh yeah, so the full price of it, is $150 a week. But, right now I do have a few spots available at 50% off. What that comes out to is $75 a week. When in reality, the coaching actually costs $75 a week, right? That's the goal. And we'll talk about that later. Now, guys, before you move on, I want you to build your offer. Now, going back to this document, I'm going to provide this document for you guys. Build your offer based off of here. By now, you really should have, your brand name. You should have your logos. You should know what niche you're in. Now, the next step is crafting your actual offer. Because after crafting your offer, what do you do then? After you've got all of this stuff, the thing you've been waiting for is actually starting to make money. And that is what we are going to get into. But please build your offer before you move on to this part. Make sure you've got your brand name done, you've got your logos, you know what niche you're getting into, because now we're going to talk about outreach. Now we're going to talk to actually reaching out to these businesses and actually trying to connect with them and offer your services. So here is the thing with outreach, and outreach is the most important part. 99% of people who actually fail SMMA fail because they don't do enough outreach. And that is the absolute truth. I know that to be the case because I've seen a lot of people, they get to the part, they've created a good website, they've created a good brand name, a good brand logo, but they give up. I can tell you right now that all the people I see succeed, especially within the Apex, are the ones that just keep showing up. That should be your only goal. Here is the thing, bro. Let me give you a good example as well. Let's say I told you to spin a slot machine. The spins on the slot machine are free. You don't know when you're going to hit a jackpot, but eventually you will hit a jackpot. Maybe it will be on the 156th spin or the 243rd. If I told you the spins were free and that you would eventually hit the jackpot, you're going to keep fucking spinning that thing until you get a jackpot, aren't you? This is the exact same in outreaching to businesses in SMMA. You might be on track, like the universe might work its ways and you might be destined to sign your first client on the 27th call you take, and you might give up on the 26th because you don't know that, and that's fine. But the thing is, it is just a volume game. If you show up every single day, if you take your calls, if you do your calls, eventually you are going to book that follow-up meeting, and eventually you're going to close that fucking client. $2,000 a month, hit the bank. Just show up. And that is the most important thing. Outreach is so simple. All you need is a strong offer, which you should have built by now, and conviction. Completely believe that you can generate this outcome for other businesses. If you entirely believe it in your mind, then it's inevitable that you can actually deliver the results you're saying. That's why, like, with the Apex, I entirely believe that I can get anyone to $10,000 a month within 6 months. And I speak with such conviction that the confidence just beams onto the other person. You get to a point where you entirely believe I can do that for you as well. That's exactly what you guys need to be doing to these businesses. So you do not need hundreds of followers. You don't need anything, especially when you're calling as well. So we're going to get into cold calling because that's the most important. I think it's the highest conversion. That's what I think is going to take a lot of you guys at 10,000 a month. Here is the way you got to think about it. You're only 20 to 30 booked calls away from a 10K a month business. Like, realistically, let's say you take 100 cold calls. You get 10 booked meetings from that. And from those 10 booked meetings, you close 3 of them. 2,000 a month. 6,000 a month, like that. If I told you that you had to take 100 fucking calls to make $6,000 a month, you'd probably do it, right? There's no reason for you to give up in the early stages like this. You haven't even done it long enough. It's a numbers game. It's a volume game. Show up every single day. Set yourself a bare minimum. Say, I was taking 50 a day. How do you think I did 20,000 in 2 weeks after only 2 months? I was taking 50 fucking calls a day. And what my routine looked like was 50 calls, boom. Let me find 50 people to call tomorrow. That is what you guys have to do. Set a bare minimum standard on yourself. You can start with 10, 25 maybe, but how you want to do it, 25 calls. After you take all those calls, find 25 more to do tomorrow. And we're going to talk about how to find them very soon. Now, we're going to, first of all, before we talk about how to actually find these businesses, we're going to talk about the different outreach methods. So, different outreach methods, there's plenty of different ones, and I'm going to talk to you guys about each one and what I think is the best for you moving forward, especially if you're a beginner, which I'm assuming most of you guys who are watching this video are. So, there are 3 main ways of outreach. There's cold DMs, there's cold emails, there's cold calls. Now, cold DMs is simply like, if someone were to hit me up, so many people do. Like, hey bro, are you looking for an appointment setter? That's a cold DM. I've never talked to this guy in my life. He's sending me a message. He's trying to start a conversation, obviously sell me on whatever service he's providing. That is a cold DM. I'm sure you guys know what that is. Cold emails is simply, you're sending a standardized email to the business email. Now, I think this is probably the most ineffective one, because if you look at people in today's day and age, no one is regularly checking their emails like that, and it's so easy for your email to just go completely unnoticed. So I would completely bun the cold emails. Do not really worry about the cold emails at all. They're just like Gen Z. If you just look at the generation now, cold emails, it ain't the way to go, bro. You just don't heavily need them, and it's old times. Cold emails was like before social media was around. So what you're going to be focusing on is cold DMs and cold calls. We're going to be talking about cold calls mainly today, because cold calls, in my opinion, is the way. So pick one primary method. We're going to be talking about cold calls. You can look into cold DMs and stuff yourself. And realistically, you should be doing multiple. So I think you guys can get away with doing cold DMs and cold calls. Let's say you're telling yourself, oh yeah, I'll take 25 cold calls a day. I'll do 25 cold DMs a day. That's really not that hard. That should not take up more than half an hour of your time a day. So just do it, bro. Now, I want to hit you guys with some maths. I know that this ain't a school course, obviously, but I want to hit you guys with some math just so you guys can really piece together how easy it is to make $10,000 a month online. I don't think any of you guys truly deep how easy it really is. Let's just say, even from 0 to 1K, we can say you take 100 cold calls, 85 of them, I know that's a lot of people, but 85 of them are going to hang up on you and say they're not interested at all within the first 10 seconds. What did you lose? You lost 10 seconds of your time. Big deal. But for those 15 that do keep talking, you might book 3 to 5 calls. Let's say you book 5 of the calls. If you book 5 calls from there, you sign one client, $1,000 a month in the bank. Think about this as well. If we just truly think, let's say you take 25 calls a day, it will take you 4 days to get, 100 calls. And that if we say on average 100 calls, 15 conversations, 5 calls booked, 1 person closed. If you can get 100 calls a day every 100 calls every 4 days, realistically, you should be signing at least from when you start outreach, you should be signing a client within a week. There's no reason you shouldn't. And if you can't, it's laziness. Or you've done something wrong. Either your branding's bad, either you chose a horrible niche, your offer's shit. You don't know. But I think after you take like 200 to 300 calls is when you kind of think, if you're not having any luck at all, then you kind of going to be like, well, I should probably change something up. But do not give up. It's a numbers game, my friend. Remember, the realistic thing and the real key to succeeding within SMMA is it's purely about volume. There's a large element to luck in it. And I'll tell you that right now. Someone in the Apex, he took 5 cold calls, booked 2 meetings, and he closed 1. So he only had to take 5 cold calls to actually make his first $2,000 a month. It took him a week to make $2,000. But on the flip side to that, we have one of my clients, Cade. He took 2 months, no clients at all. But suddenly, he found one. He got a client after 2 months. And then after that, the next week, he signed 3 more clients. So he had 2 months of nothingness, which he told me he wasn't locked in at all during. So he was blaming that on himself. But he had 2 months of almost nothing, and then a week period where he made $4,000. So if you just keep showing up, eventually you're going to sign that first client. So just do not give up before you reach that point. You know what I mean? That is the big thing. The only reason you'd fail in a business model like this is giving up too early. Volume negates luck at a certain point. If you show up and put in so much volume, you want to put in volume to a point that it's unnecessary that you do not succeed. I'm quoting Alex Hormozy as well. Put in so much volume that is unreasonable that you do not succeed. Because the universe is giving, the universe is rewarding, God is giving, God is rewarding. Don't know if you believe in God or not, I do. But I believe that everyone is where they deserve to be. And that means if you're not making $10,000 a month from this, you fucking don't deserve to make that yet. So take 20 to 30 cold calls per day. And if you do that, you should be booking a client within a week. That means that if we look at the timeline right now, you should make your first $1,000, $2,000 within a couple weeks of watching this video. I truly believe that. Do not overthink this at all. It's not any more complicated than it needs to be. I'm quoting the Wolf of Wall Street. Just pick up the phone and start dialing. He said Jordan Belfort or Leonardo DiCaprio, whoever you want to say in Wolf of Wall Street, he says, whatever is happening in your life, your girlfriend just broke up with you, pick up the phone and start dialing. Dial the fucking phone. That is all you need to do to really actually make money from this business. So now we're going to move on to how to actually find businesses. And, you guys are probably sitting here wondering this right now. I've talked about, how to actually do everything apart from this, actually crafting your offer, but who you actually calling and how you're actually going to call these guys. So the first thing I want you to do is, realistically, you shouldn't be looking at any digital company at this point. You should be looking at some sort of local business, Ideally a local service-based business. And it's so easy to find businesses like this. I will go on Google right now. Like let's just go on Google right now. Let's say solar installation near me. And then look. Wow. Look how many businesses I just found. I can keep going as well. It is that easy. I genuinely just found, I'd say, like 30 people. It's my first day of calling. And then, apart from that, there's a lot of other ways to go about it as well. You could go on Instagram or Facebook and just literally go like hashtag solar installation Sydney. You know what I mean? It's so easy to find the businesses. If you think there's a lack of businesses, there really isn't, bro. Trust me on that one. And then the other really good method is going on Facebook business pages. I really like that method because that means you can find some businesses that are already running some sort of ads, and I'll actually go on Facebook right now just so I can show you guys what's up. You see? There. I found, literally search up solar installation. I found Ernest Tech Solar Enterprise in Brisbane. So keep the businesses within your country, obviously. I don't think in your city is too important. But now after you do that, what you want to do is you want to go onto Google Sheets to actually track these leads. So you want a column, name of the business, phone number, city, source, contacted, booked, and that's the process you want to go through. So the most important thing, if you guys aren't fucking asleep yet, the most important thing, do not dial numbers with 1800 or an 02, because more likely than not, you are going to end up speaking to a receptionist. You want to be calling the business owner. So make sure whenever you're calling a business, find the 04 number. Well, in Australia at least. So whatever country you guys are in, I know primarily people that are watching this are going to be in Australia. So do not ever call a number that's 1-800 or 02, because you are going to be forwarded to a receptionist. You want to directly call the owner. Very important to make note of that. You will be wasting your time calling 1-800s and 02s, so do not. Now, we're going to talk about some really simple beginner scripts. I'm going to show you guys how to create a really simple script as well. The most important thing is to just genuinely sound like a person, like you're having a friendly conversation with someone almost, because, these business owners are too used to these people to a point where it's like genuinely feels robotic. It just feels like a transactional. You want to feel like you're there to help the guy. You want to feel like you're there as a friend. That is your intention. So make sure you sound like a person. Now, your script is very simple. Genuinely, it's so simple. All it needs is structure and it needs to flow. But you have to have the belief. I get on my calls with complete conviction. I know whatever I'm offering, I know that it works, and trust me, if you just drill that into your mind, what I'm doing works, I can deliver this guy the outcome he wants. If you just have that instilled in your mind, the confidence comes off on the call. If you are unconfident, it's just like with girls, right? If deep down you're nervous as shit, they have like a spider sense that can sense it. Because believe me, business owners can sense that shit over the phone. If you do not sound confident at all in what you're offering, you are cooked. You need to have complete confidence in and conviction. This isn't even about the script itself. This is about everywhere. You need to have complete confidence and conviction everywhere in your life, and that translates over to the calls that you take. Now, the most important thing as well is to make sure you're never begging these guys. If they're genuinely not interested, then they're just not interested. I'm going to give you guys, handling the objections of like, I'm not interested, this and that. But if you've handled all the objections and they still just genuinely do not want your help, do not beg. You're here to solve their problems. And if you can't find problems that they have, then you don't have anything to solve, right? Never force the sale is what I'm trying to say, because you're just going to waste more of your time doing so. Now, let me literally show you how to create the simplest script on planet Earth as well. We're going to create one right now. Matter of fact, let's create one right now. Let's go into ChatGPT. Hi, ChatGPT. How are you? How are you? I like to be nice to ChatGPT because if AI ever takes over the world, then, it's not going to kill me. So, I'm good. Just need some help. I created a digital marketing agency for solar installation companies and need you to mock up a simple sales script for me. There. Look how easy that was. It really wasn't that hard, was it? Hey, is this Suncorp Solar? I don't even know. Hey, is this Suncorp Solar Installations? Yeah, it is. Awesome, I'll keep this super quick. I know you're probably busy. I'm calling from whatever your company name is. We help solar installation companies like yours get more qualified leads each month without relying on word of mouth or wasting time on tire kickers. The question I have for you is, are you currently running any ads or marketing to bring in new installs? If yes, if no. ChatGPT is your best friend as far as that goes. And we'll get back on. It's literally that easy to create a cold calling script. I recommend you guys watch a few videos on it as well, to be honest. I'm more than happy to literally make a video just cold calling companies myself so you guys can see exactly how I do it. But that's besides the point, right? I obviously showed you guys how to create a very simple script, but what we'll move on to as well is actually handling objections, right? Here's the thing, because, they might say that, they're not interested. They might say that they're too busy. Now, after you've pitched your script like this, let's just say, I've obviously done this and they say, hey, mate, I'm not interested. Here you go. I understand completely. Most business owners I speak with say that initially. That's why I only need 30 seconds to share how we helped blah, 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 increase their revenue by X amount in the last quarter. Would you be open to just hearing that quick example? Make it very clear cut. I'm going to give you guys this objection handling sheet for free. It is 21 pages. I am dropping you guys the complete source. This is going to be so useful to you, because if you call a business up and they're like, oh yeah, well, I'm busy right now, I totally respect that. Most decision makers I speak with are managing multiple priorities. Would it make more sense to schedule a quick 10-minute call when you're not in the middle of something? I have slots open tomorrow at specific day. And you've just booked a call there. It is that easy, guys. Make your cold calling script and honestly, look at these objections. You don't want to hit you with an objection and then you're fucking scrolling through this document to try find the objection. You do not want that. You want to be able to do this shit off by heart. And that just comes with practice. If you take 100 calls every 3-4 days, you're not going to have a problem remembering any of this stuff off by heart, right? So I'm going to give you guys this for completely free, but get on the cold calls, get on the cold DMs. It's very important, and it's literally going to be what is going to make you money in the end. But you're obviously cold calling these people now. I'm showing you how to handle the objections. So your goal now is to essentially book these follow-up calls, right? So after you've booked these follow-up calls, how are we going to book appointments that are actually going to show up to the calls? Now, this is very simple. After you've handled the objections here, after you've handled the objections and they've agreed to get on a quick call with you like tomorrow, always schedule the call right there on the spot. Be like, does tomorrow at whatever time work? If it doesn't, they're going to be like, no, I'm free around here. And just be like, yeah, I can make that work. Can I grab your email, your phone number, etc., etc. Now, what you do after this is very important. Right after you get on the call with them, send them a confirmation email and send them a confirmation message. Be like, your call with blah, blah, blah has been booked at this time tomorrow. Make sure you send them that confirmation email and SMS message, just so they have that instilled in their mind. What I like to do as well is about an hour before, I like to re-email them and I like to re-message them. So do not send more than 3 confirmations. You like to send one right after the call. Maybe send one when the call's like 12 hours away or something, unless 12 hours is like 3 a.m. But make sure to send one a few hours before, and make sure to send one like 30 minutes to an hour before as well. So they're getting those messages. And then make sure that you're booking them into Calendly. You can set up Calendly. I can show you guys how to set that up as well. But Calendly will send them reminders automatically. You won't have to do it then. And then make sure in that confirmation, make sure in those confirmation messages that you are giving them a reason to why the call will be valuable, whatever it is. But when I say that, I can give you guys a very good example. Say, just confirming that you have a call at this time tomorrow to talk about blah, 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 making an extra X amount in the next X amount of days, right? So you need to give them some sort of reason why the call will be valuable. Usually just tie that to money, confirming your call tomorrow to discuss making this much extra money in the next 90 days, right? Because then they're like, well, I want to make that much money in the next 90 days. So they're going to show up to the call. Now, here we're going to talk about how to actually follow up, because if you don't execute following up well, you might get them to agree to the meeting and then they'll just fuck off, right? So you really don't want that. The first call you have with them is not the call you want to make the money. So this is how the process goes. Let's say you've booked that call with them. You've done the cold call, 30-second call. You've booked the call for tomorrow, 2 p.m. This is a 10-minute call to pitch, obviously talk about the problems they're facing, pitch your offer. Do not talk about pricing yet. If you've handled all of their concerns, don't give them time to think. Be like, all right, so you're obviously standing here. You want to be here. We can get you from here to here. Are you interested? If they're interested, if you've handled all their objections, schedule that follow-up call ASAP. You want to make that follow-up call within the next 24 hours as well. Now, you want to have the control in the call. And when I say that, it's all about how you frame the questions. Instead of, are you free tomorrow so we can finalize everything? You need to be firm. Let's reconnect tomorrow to finalize everything and get you started. I'm not saying that like rhetorically. I am telling you, we are getting on call tomorrow so you can put money in my fucking pocket. You need to be assertive. And the way you do that is to just simply be an assertive person. There's no other way around it. So the big thing is that, just be assertive and affirmative with what you say. You know, when you get on this call and you've pitched your offer, you guys should have your offer clear cut. You should be able to attack their pain points, show them exactly how you're going to get them from A to B. I can make a video on sales, or you can just learn sales on another YouTube video. The information's all out there. So once you've kind of learned, you know, how am I actually going to pitch my offer to these guys, and you've spent the first 60 to 70% of the call attacking their pain points, figuring out what pain and problems they actually have. After you've figured that out, you want to essentially pitch the offer, and then, you know, handle any objections they have. You know, you can handle the objections on that objection handling sheet as well. If they say they need to think about it, just be like, yeah, what do you actually need to think about? You know, you don't want them to get off that call without booking a follow-up call. That is your goal. But also on the flip side of that, some people just genuinely aren't going to be interested, and there's no point wasting your time trying your absolute hardest. Like we were saying before, there's no point begging them to, you know, get on a follow-up call with you, because they're not going to pay you anyways. So if it does come out that they're interested, just be assertive. Be like, you know, let's reconnect tomorrow, finalize everything, and let's get straight to work. You know, you'll come across a lot of guys that are genuinely interested, and it'll be very easy to book that follow-up call. And then after you do that, we can get straight on to essentially automating. Now, automating is very important for you, because AI is an absolutely beautiful thing. AI is very beautiful, because the big thing is that, you know, eventually you're going to get to a point where you have enough meetings and shit booked where it's kind of hard to just keep track of in your notes section on your phone, right? The big things I would use is Google Sheets and Zapier. Zapier will help you once you're a bit bigger, but I think for now, Google Sheets will probably do for you. Google Sheets alone, you can get to like 10,000 a month just by using their stuff. Very simple interface. Just make sure you have things that track it. You know, if we go back to earlier, make sure you have their name, phone number, city, source, contacted, booked, follow-up call booked. Now, after you've done that, what we want to do is use the tags. Make sure, you know, warm lead, follow-up call booked. Make sure you are actually tracking on how this lead is. When you don't have many calls, you'll remember in your head, like, oh, this guy talks like this, he acts like this, you know, he's a pretty chill guy. But once you get bigger, you want to start tracking individual persons. Now, you really do not need complex systems to make this stuff work. You just need systems that you'll actually use. So what I would recommend for you is to track all these calls you take, all these leads in Google Sheets. What that'll mean as well is that you don't double down and call the same business twice. That'll piss them off a lot. Now that you've learned the outreach, it's time to make some money. So this is what we're going to be getting into moving further forward, because, you know, what have we kind of covered already? We'll do a quick evaluation of this as well. What have we covered already, guys? First of all, you know what an SMMA is. Second of all, you know what type you're charging. Are you charging a retainer? Are you charging niche? Discrepancy guarantee. And then after that, you've chosen your niche. And then after that, we've actually helped you start creating your offer, your branding. Then we've helped you create your offer. And then we've helped you actually learn the outreach part. So, you know, I think we're in a very good position now. You know, you already know how to take this first call. What we want to do after that as well is, after you've booked this follow-up call, what you want to do is get them on a second call after everything goes well. You know, let's reconnect tomorrow to finalize everything. That's when you pitch the price. And we're going to be talking about that in the sales module, which is next. But now that you guys have learned outreach, I think we're in a very good position right now. Let's start making some fucking money. Alright guys, now that you obviously know how to outreach to these clients and actually get them on the call, how do we actually close these deals on the calls, and how do we get money from these business owners? So that is what going to be. All right, guys. So all right, guys, so now that you've actually learned how to outreach to these different businesses, obviously you guys know about cold calling and cold DMs. After you've actually booked the call with these business owners, how do we actually close the deal and get payments from them? And all right, guys, now that you've obviously learned how to actually outreach to these business owners and get them on meetings with you, the next question is, well, how do we actually close these deals and how do we get payments from these people? That is what we're going to be covering now. So with the sales call, it's very important to understand the dynamic of a sales call. When you're on a call with someone, you don't want to come off in any way, shape, or form with any sort of desperation or anything like that. The whole dynamic of the call should be that you are in control, and the biggest thing is that I've learned is that the person who asks the most questions controls the conversation. So you need to make sure you're asking a lot of questions. Now, instead of thinking about pitching your offer, start qualifying them. You need to be thinking, do I actually want to work with this person? That needs to be what you're thinking when you are actually calling these people. Not, I need to get money out of this person, if that sort of makes sense. You don't want to come off as any way, shape, or form desperate, because that's only going to lead you to not close any deals at all. And the reality is that the most confident person on the call always wins, and that should be you. You should be the one leading the conversation, asking the questions, actually qualifying them and making sure that they are a good fit to work with you and not the other way around, and just overall control the flow of the call. It's very important to structure it like that. You want to frame it as almost an interview rather than a sales pitch, which is what most people go for. That's something a lot of people get wrong. You need to position yourself in an area of authority. So essentially, I'm here on this call to see if I can help you and to see if we are a good fit to work together. Not, I am on call with you so you can see if I'm a good fit to work with you. You need to flip that dynamic and you need to control the conversation. Obviously, if any of you guys don't really have any prior sales experience, it might be something that won't come naturally. For a lot of people, it doesn't come to them naturally, but volume. If you take enough calls, eventually you're going to become better at controlling the conversation, and just in general, read some books. Very good one I would suggest is How to Talk to Anyone, 92 different whatever it is. It's just called How to Talk to Anyone, 92 different communication skills, something along those lines, and then How to Win Friends and Influence People as well. Two very good books if you want to master your communication skills. But on top of that, what I would also recommend you read if you feel like you really want to amp up your sales game is to read Never Split the Difference. This is written by a former FBI hostage negotiator, and he talks about the different tactics he used to obviously save a bunch of civilian lives while also generating the best outcome for both people. And when you're in a position like that, you have to lead and you have to control the conversation. Very important that you are controlling the conversation and you are thinking to yourself, is this person suitable to work with me? And not the other way around. Now, the first call you will initially have after you cold call these people is obviously the discovery call. And on this discovery call, you are basically seeing if they are actually a good fit to work with you. So obviously, you want to start it off just like a normal conversation with any person you would have. Like, hey, how's your day going, man? Blah, blah, blah. And then be like, well, obviously we're here to talk about XYZ. Now, let's get straight into it. So The first thing and the most important thing to note with a sales call is that the structure of it should be that they are talking 70% of the time and that you are talking 30% of the time. It's very important to make sure that they are talking more than you, because that means that you are asking enough questions and they are invested in the call. If we flip the dynamic of that and you're talking 70% of the time and they're talking 30%, it's common that they're going to just lose interest in whatever you're talking about. And that's just psychology, you know? The person wants to be talking about themselves primarily, so you need to let it operate as such. Now, the way you do this is by asking a lot of questions. So, what questions are you actually asking? Now, within a marketing agency, obviously, the pain they're experiencing and the reason they got on call with you is because they're open to the idea of generating more leads and making more money. So, what you are trying to find out is the underlying reason as to why they want to make more money. Now, how you actually get into this is, first of all, identifying their current situation. So, whatever situation they're in currently, and then after you've kind of identified their current situation, the goal from there is to identify where they actually want to be. Because obviously, your goal with them is you're trying to take them from their current situation to their desired situation. And that is the overall objective for you. Now, after you've kind of figured out the situation they're in currently and where they want to be, what you really want to double down on, and this is the most important part, is to find their pain. You know, first of all, why haven't they done this themselves? And second of all, on top of that, also, what are the underlying motives for this person to want to go from A to B? I'll give you an example. When I'm doing fitness coaching, it's like, oh, right now I'm fat and I want to get in shape. Why do you want to get in shape? Well, people make fun of me. I don't have any confidence. I don't like what I see in the mirror. That is the pain. So they are fat right now, and them being fat right now makes them feel this certain way. And you want to make sure you are taking notes of the pain. Obviously, let's say for a business owner, this guy is barely scraping by with whatever he's doing right now. He's getting 15 to 20 jobs per month. It's barely paying the bills around the house. It's barely keeping the business afloat. And let's say he wants to get to a point where he's doing 25 to 30 jobs a month. Why does he want to get to that many extra jobs per month? Because he wants to alleviate his financial hardship. And he wants to be able to, buy nicer things for his wife, be able to actually provide a good future for his children, etc., etc. He doesn't want the anxiety and stress of running a business that is barely able to stay in operations. So this is very important, and it's very important to remember these pain points so that when you actually get to pitching the price and everything, you want to reinstate those pain points. We can talk about this further later, but obviously, after you've identified the pain, you want to present your offer and align it with their pain. So basically what I would do, for example, is, let's say that they are barely keeping their business afloat. They're essentially experiencing whatever financial hardship they're experiencing. What your goal is to align what you are offering with their pain. I'll give you guys a very good example of this. Let's say this guy does want this outcome for himself. Now, as I'm pitching the offer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be talking about his pain and how what I'm actually doing is going to alleviate his pain as well. So, he wants to be able to provide a better life for his children, for his wife. He wants to alleviate his stress. As I'm pitching things, I'm going to be like, so this is how we do this. What we usually find is that after running this ad spend, you can put $100 in and get 10 extra leads, which usually comes out to around 2 to 3 extra clients. What that looks like for you is on an $100 investment into ad spend. If you do it right, what that means for you is that, you're getting that extra $3,000 to $4,000 per month. Now, would you say that an extra $3,000 to $4,000 per month would, as you said, alleviate you of some of your financial stress and be able to help you actually support a better lifestyle to your kids? They're obviously going to say yes. And that is where you want to get them. You want to basically explain all the things you're doing in such a way that it is going to solve the problems they have. Their current situation and where they want to be is pretty irrelevant. It's the underlying reasons that you need to take note of. Now, I'm going to run you guys through my own, essentially, 3-step sales system. Now, the beautiful thing is that this is the exact system I used to close $21,000 of revenue within 2 weeks after only 2 months of having my own marketing agency. What this funnel looks like is very simple. All it is obviously your initial cold call. What that cold call is simply, calling up the business and eventually booking that meeting in. After you've booked that meeting in, what you shift to is the consultation call. What the consultation call is simply means that you are figuring out what problems this guy's experiencing, where they are right now, where they want to be, and can you actually help him get from where he is right now to where he wants to be. And obviously on this call, you're also going to pitch your offer and tell them what you're offering. Do not talk about the price unless they genuinely are like begging for you to explain the price. This consultation call is to simply find their pain points. Talk about why they need your help. I'm experiencing a lot of financial hardship. I can't, pay for the private school tuition for my kids. Now, what the problem you're solving is you want to help this person be able to comfortably pay his children's private school tuition fee, right? And that's what you're talking about on the consultation call, how you're going to be able to help him do that. If he does end up truly believing that, he's going to be able to get value from what you're providing and that you're going to be able to get him from A to B, what you shift to is the closing call after. And on that closing call is when you kind of reinstate the pain points and then pitch the price and then get the payment. So that is how I do things, and we will build upon that soon. The next key topic I want to kind of discuss with you guys is pricing. Now, I know we briefly talked about it way earlier, but this is a very important thing to talk about, and you need to understand how much you're actually worth so that you can maximize the amount of money you can make, right? So the real thing is, and the reason that I don't like to do this whole thing of start at a lower price and move to a higher price, is that if you believe in your offer, you should be charging like it. Because let's say that you're guaranteeing this person that they're going to make an extra $10,000 revenue in the next 3 months. If that's $500 a month, even though it's cheaper, you will probably have a better chance closing the person on $1,500 to $2,000 per month. Because why would you be guaranteeing $10,000 a month in the next 3 months for only $500 a month? You see how that doesn't really make sense? If you're offering a premium service and you're guaranteeing results as such, your price should be a reflection of that. And the very important thing to note is that your energy on the call with these guys is a big reflection of what you're actually worth and how much you are charging. If you're very vibrant, you're very confident that everything works and you're controlling the conversation, it's going to subconsciously lead your client to believe that your offer is more premium without you even having to add anything onto your offer itself. It's about how you convey yourself on that call. So do not ever price based on the amount of effort you're putting in. Price based on the outcome you are providing and promising your client and the confidence you have when you're pitching it. Obviously, when you're just starting out, you don't really want to have set prices like my offer is $1,000 per month. if you're conveying yourself at 1,500 a month frequency, then get on that call and charge 1,500 a month, especially dependent on the specific client situation. Usually if I would to do it again, I would have a range for how much I'm charging. For example, I'll charge $1,000 to $2,000 per month, depending on the qualification of the actual person I'm calling. If they're in a bad financial situation as of right now, and they're clearly stating that, you probably want to go for a lower point and just be like, the full price is $2,000 a month, but right now we do have a few discounted spots available. What that comes out to is $1,000 a month, and genuinely make it sound like when you're pitching the price as a discounted offer, make it sound like that you're going out of your way to get this guy in at a premium price, at a very valuable price. Now, if we move on to this, the big thing that I like to preach, as you guys would know, is the discrepancy guarantee. Now, the beauty about the discrepancy guarantee is that you are guaranteeing delivery. You're not guaranteeing anything else. What you are guaranteeing is that you yourself are going to put more effort in to deliver results for the client. Now, the way I frame it is, after I've pitched everything, I'm like, do you have any questions about how it works? And if the answer is no, then what we move on to is, I'm like, yeah, and how does that sound to you so far? Usually they'll say, yeah, sounds pretty good. And I'm just like, what if I could make it sound so good that you refuse to say no? And they're like, well, that would be pretty crazy. And then I'm like, what if I told you that I will guarantee you 20 leads minimum in the next 30 days? And if we do not hit that in the given time frame, we will keep working with you for free until we have actually generated you those leads. How does that sound? It sounds pretty good, right? And if you're in the position of the business owner, they are thinking, and if you can carry it and pitch it with confidence, they're thinking, damn, this guy is really so confident that he can generate me the results and that he can solve the problems I'm facing that the results will solve. So that is your goal in taking the sales call. You are solving their pain, and that is all sales is. I can give you guys a full sales masterclass, but that's gonna fucking double the length of this call. If you guys want a sales masterclass, I'm probably going to post one sooner after this video, because I truly believe that if you learn sales and you learn it properly, there's no room for you to ever go broke again, no matter what the circumstances are. If you can learn sales, you'll never go broke again. That's like a motto I live by. I swear I created that stuff as well. So the beauty with the discrepancy guarantee is that it builds trust on that initial call, and it keeps you in control of the call. The whole thing you guys have to realize with guarantees and stuff like that as well is you always have to draft a contract up. You can literally just go into ChatGPT and ask them to do it for you. And then you go on a website like typeform.com, and that is where you essentially draft a digital contract up. But make sure you don't look too much into the legal stuff. Obviously, you have to have the baseline stuff of your terms and conditions and things like that. But you need to be worried about making money before you get into any of the legal stuff. So just keep that in mind. Now, here is the sales framework that I use, and it's very beginner friendly, because sales, no matter if you're closing $1 billion deal, $1 million deal, $1,000 deal, sales is always the same shit. So if you can learn to close like a millionaire, then how easy are you going to find it closing these deals that are just a couple $1,000s, right? So it's very simple. Simply follow a system. Now, we're going to go through two main systems, and the first one is the NEPQ system. What you're doing in the NEPQ system is you're essentially asking emotion-based questions, and you're identifying a gap, and you are framing your solution, which is your pitch. You're pitching that whatever you're offering can solve their problem. The other one I like to use is gap selling. The beautiful thing with gap selling and what I like about it is that if you can really learn to turn into someone's emotions, then you can turn that into money. And that is the beautiful thing about it. So all gap selling is, and what I would suggest you guys to do more over, it's more beginner friendly, is you're basically getting them to fully open up about their current state and fully open up about the desired state. And what is holding them back and why aren't they happy with their current state? And what would their desired state allow them to do? I can show you guys a sales call if you really need as well, but we're not going to go through that right now. I can make a separate video on that. I'm just trying to give you guys all the baseline information to actually know exactly what you need to do to get to 10K a month. So I'm going to slowly drop more and more source, and hopefully you guys from just this video can still get to where you want to be. So the example that I've put down is very simple, and it's simply identifying where are you at now and what is the cost of staying there. So where are you at now and what is that holding you back from doing, and where do you want to be, and do you want help getting to where you want to be? And you can pre-qualify them to genuinely believe that the only way they can get to where they want to be is from your help. It's very easy to do that so long as you keep digging into the pain. Now, as far as objection handling goes, and what objections are, is simply like, let's say you get to pitching the price and they say, I need to think about it, I need some time. It's simply handling that and getting them to pay on the call. It's too expensive. What about it is too expensive? What I'm giving you guys for free as well is essentially a full objection handling guide. So when you get on calls with these people, this sheet is going to be the most crazy thing for you. Ideally, you want to remember most of these things off the top of your head, but beautiful, because you guys will notice that when you're getting on calls with these people, practically any objection they have is literally going to be in here. I guarantee you that whatever objection they have, they say, I need to think about it. You can literally say, I need to think about it. And you will find it. It's simple as that. You know, that is literally all you need to do. Read through this sheet and you will absolutely learn every single objection you need, that when you're pitching the price and they give you whatever excuse they have, you got them, bro. You got them. See, let me think about it. Of course, this deserves careful consideration to help you make an informed decision. What specific aspects would you like to think over? I might be able to provide some relevant examples from similar businesses who have had the same considerations. Because when someone says they need to think about it, they really don't need to think about it. It's what you like to say in sales. You call it a smoke screen. They're saying they need to think about it, but it's hiding an underlying reason as to what is stopping them from making that decision. And if you let them think about it and get off the call, then you're most likely, your ass is not getting paid. So be very wary of that. We're going to talk about how to get the payment on the call very soon. But as I was saying earlier, just make sure you maintain control of the call when you're calling these people. And what I like to do as well is, especially since you're getting into some sort of high ticket, if you're closing $1,000 a month, you want to be face-to-face with the person. And when you're face-to-face with the person, the big and most important thing is make it look like you're fully invested in them. So grab out a notebook and act like you're taking notes. You don't even have to be taking notes because you should be remembering what they're saying, but just act like you're taking notes. Act like you're caring. And a very big thing that I like to incorporate and what I teach people to do is mirror the person. So if the person is sitting up like this, you want to sit up like this as well. If the person is positioned like this, you want to position yourself like this. It's a subconscious way to actually build trust with the person. And it's a big secret in sales that a lot of people do not teach. Mirror their body language because they are subconsciously going to submit to you. the only reason you would ever need to take notes is to recap and essentially pitch back on their own words when they are, giving you any reasons not to do anything. So this is essentially how you get paid on the call. It's very important, as I said, if you don't get a payment on the call from the person, you're most likely never going to get a payment. So we really want to focus on getting that payment on the call. So obviously at this point, you're at the end of the call, you've asked them the questions, they've told you the pain of being where they are right now, and now it is time for you to solve it. So you never, ever, ever want to soft drop the price. What do I mean by soft drop? Sound like a bitch when you're dropping the price. When you are dropping the price, you want to say it in the most monotone, casual way possible. Literally say, if your service is $1,000 a month, so everything today that we've talked about, that just comes out to $1,000 a month, man. You see how casual I say $1,000 a month? And the thing is, obviously, I make a lot more than that, so it's way easier for me to say something like that. I understand for a lot of you guys that if you're trying to say $1,000 a month, you don't even sound fully confident in that, right? Especially at the start. But please, say it with as much confidence as you possibly can, and say it as casually as if $1,000 for what you're offering is literally nothing. It's dirt cheap compared to the value you're providing this person, right? And that is exactly what it is. You are providing way more value than they are paying you. That is the whole goal with sales. That is what you are trying to convince them. So as soon as you state the price to them, if they do end up agreeing with it, go straight into the payment. You want to get straight to the payment, and as soon as they've agreed with it. If they, after hearing the price, hesitate, handle the objections, get to a point where they're like, let's do it, and then get straight to the payment details. We're going to talk about how to set up payment processes and all of that shit very soon. But obviously, literally, as soon as they agree to it, make sure you get the payment from them as soon as possible. So literally, if you get to it, you're $1,000 a month, they're like, yeah, all right, let's do it. Card details. Obviously, we'll get onto the payment and then we'll get onto onboarding you. Do you want to use Visa, MasterCard, or another card? Very simple. You want to get that payment from them as soon as they agree to anything. And make sure you get the payment on the call always. After you've gotten paid, what is the next step after you've just taken $1,000, $2,000 from this business owner? What is the actual next step moving forward from that? It's very important, because if you don't know what the next step is after you're getting paid, what the hell are they even paying you for, right? So now we're going to be talking about, right after you've closed the client, how are you going to deal with them after that? And what that leads us into is the whole onboarding process. Now, the onboarding process is the most important part of managing a client. It is the most important part by a mile, because realistically, the first 5 to 7 days set the tone for the entire client relationship. If you half-ass the first 5 to 7 days, that is going to reflect, and it's going to be like poison to you later on. When it gets to after a month, all they're going to be thinking about is how lazy you were at the start. The reflection of you in the first 7 days will always reflect onto the rest of the time you're working with the person. So you want to make sure that they're getting the absolute best client experience possible within the first 7 days. So having a smooth onboarding process will immediately help them build more trust with you, and your retention is going to be a lot higher as well. So your ultimate goal within onboarding a person is making it easy for the client to give you everything that you need to in order to help them. So the reality is, in SMMA, you're running a business. So you need to have systems in place that work smoothly to help your clients deliver the outcome that they want. So what to include in your onboarding doc is very simple, because I've actually given you guys a free onboarding doc checklist. So literally all you need in an onboarding doc and what you're trying to get is the baseline information you need. How many leads are you currently generating? Where do you want to be, etc., etc. So what you want to do is you essentially, I'm going to give you guys the checklist real quick as well. The client onboarding checklist is here. I'm going to put this in the description of this YouTube video as well. And within this client onboarding checklist, what does this look like for you? You need to get business name, contact details, website, Instagram, Facebook links, business hours and preferred contact method, their logo, brand images, and any ad creatives. Now, as far as access and setup goes, it all depends on the business you're working with. If they're already running ads, then you need to request to access everything. If they aren't running ads, then you're going to have to create your own with their branding, which is why it's important to get their logos. So if they're already running ads, you need to request all of the access to everything from them. And if they aren't, then you need to create everything on your own for them, which is why I say you have to have some sort of adaptability with payment. You know, if they don't even have Facebook and Instagram accounts yet, then you're going to have to set that up, which is going to require a lot more time and effort exerted from you. So therefore, you should charge a more premium price if you're doing more for them. So now, the main and most important part is figuring out the current situation. Although you should already know this on the call and figure it out before the end of the call, you want them to reinstate it. You know, where and why are you here? What's your current client acquisition method? How many clients can you actually handle per week? What's your most profitable service or offer? And what's your average client LTV, which is lifetime value? You know, when I say lifetime value, that means, let's say you're working with solar installation. A client's lifetime value is 15K because after they install the solar panels, they don't do anything else. It's a one-time transaction. Whereas if you go into another business, you know, let's say a clothing brand, a client's LTV ranges because you're not just buying one piece of clothing from the person, never buying another one again, right? You are constantly buying more and more and more. And any bigger brand, any bigger clothing brand will have baseline statistics on their average client LTV. So you need to know how much on average each client is spending with your client, like your client's client. So as far as communication goes, this isn't an absolute necessity. You know, realistically, you shouldn't be asking this. You should be just giving them Loom videos like this right now, face cam in the corner, running them over everything, and essentially confirm the report frequency. So do they want you to send weekly or monthly updates, dependent on if they're very busy or not, and they don't have time to kind of check in with you like that, and schedule a weekly update. So every single week, what that looks like is you might jump on call with your client for 30 minutes to an hour, just going over what you're doing right now, what you completed in the week, and what you are going to do in the coming week. And obviously, send your welcomes, bro. Like I said, your first 7 days with your client determines the relationship that you're going to have with that client. So make sure to give them a warm welcome, give them a hug, you know, just make them feel like they can trust you. That is the most important part. Now, if we talk about how to set up payments, we're literally going to go out of this slideshow very soon again. But the main thing I like to use is Stripe. And Stripe is very easy to set up. And it's like, Stripe is genuinely the easiest thing in the world. So if we just go onto Stripe right now, I actually have a setup guide for you guys as well. But literally all you have to do is you put your email in, and I already have my business set up, so I can't really take you guys through it one by one. But what you're doing is this, you know, create your Stripe account. You gotta essentially get an ABN, which is free to register a business. It's free, and this is how you do it. It's beautiful because it's easy to set up subscriptions. Their fees aren't too crazy, and the payments and how you're getting paid is very easy, and you can essentially set it up in a way that accepts Afterpay, Klarna, etc., etc. So for the brokies. Now, I will give you guys this free Stripe setup guide as well, which will take you through step by step how to actually set Stripe up, and on top of that, how to generate monthly payment links and things like that, so that you can get these people on subscriptions instead of doing like bank transfers, etc., etc. Stripe is the best way to actually accept payments from them. But as far as accepting payments go, some cards don't work on Stripe, and as a last resort, you can generate an invoice for them. You can use PayPal or just do direct bank transfer. What I like to think of it is Stripe is at the top, and then direct bank transfer is the second option. PayPal and invoices are the genuine last resort. So make sure that you send that Stripe link to them on the call and get the payment from them on the call. Again, very important to get the payment from them on the call. Now, client retention, and as far as that goes, guys, do not worry about client retention. If you are genuinely delivering a high quality and high value service, client retention is not something you have to worry about, because they should want to stay with you. You shouldn't get to a point at the end of every month with your clients where they're like, oh, well, I don't know if I really want to stay. I don't know what my plans are. And you shouldn't get to a point where every single month, you are like having to beg this client to stay for another month. They should genuinely be enjoying their experience so much working with you, to the point that there's no failed payments. They pay for the next month just like that. And it just happens. And they don't even think about it. They should be looking forward to working with you longer. Now, as far as client retention goes, the flywheel is a very good representation of how to maintain good client retention. Results will generate more renewed trust, which leads to more retention. And that is exactly how it is. Make sure you're providing weekly Loom updates. As I was saying to you guys before, talk about what you did in the week for them and talk about what you're going to do for them in the next week. Provide those weekly updates for them. Literally get Loom and just film like I am right now. It's not hard to draft up a 20-minute video just running them through everything and how you're helping them. Make sure you're texting them and keeping them updated on a day-to-day basis, maybe every second day, but you don't want to seem too available as well. Don't reply to them like instantly, but make sure you're checking up with them on the regular, so it seems like you're genuinely invested as a partner and you're genuinely invested in helping them grow as a business as well. So now, the biggest thing is that you do want to actually get on calls with these clients as well. Now, we will build upon that. Give me 2 seconds. This Red Bull's really good. Now, make sure before their next payment is due to essentially get on a face-to-face call with them. Do not talk about the payment at all. Just talk about what you're going to be doing for them in the coming weeks. When you're getting like these weekly Loom updates, things like that, do not talk about it at all. And why I say get on this monthly review call at the end of the month, usually try to schedule it 3 to 5 days, or just any time within a week before their next payment is due, and talk about what you're going to be doing over the next few weeks. Because what it makes them feel like is that if they don't pay, they're missing out on all of this stuff, right? That is exactly how you want to position it as. So make it seem like to them that the smartest logical solution is to pay for another month, and they won't even bring it up on the call. You know what I mean? And if they say they don't really want to continue, maybe you'll have to sit there and have to actually convince them and go over the whole objection handling stuff again, right? But realistically, on that monthly review call, you guys should just be going over what you have done together while working together so far, how you have helped them grow, and how you're going to continue helping them grow moving forward over the next 3 or 4 weeks. Your client's not even going to be thinking about the payment. They're going to be thinking about the results you can produce them in the next 3 to 4 weeks. And as far as payment goes, that should never even be brought up. They should be thinking that if they do not make the payment, they are missing out. And that is how the dynamic should be. You always have to be in control. Obviously, it's your business and you are helping them. And that is how you need to position it. So whenever you get some good news, like maybe your lead generation is going really well, always be the first one to bring that up to them. You don't want them to see that your ads are performing well and then text you thanking you about how they're performing. You need to be the one that sees that first and update them. Tell them about how good it's going. And if you find any issues, fix the issues before they even find out that issues ever existed. Make sure that you're always fixing the issues. And if it ever gets to a point where your partner is bringing up an issue and telling you and asking you how to fix it, you have fucked up. There should be no issues. For you to charge $1,000, $2,000 a month, there should be very little issues with the service that you are providing. Always remember that. High premium service, very minimal mistakes. And as I was saying before, with the whole onboarding process, within the first 7 days is obviously the most important 7 days you will have working with this client. But for the whole first month, you really want to go that extra mile to deliver them a better service. And then after that, you just systematize. And the real way to do that is with AI automations, things like that, which essentially streamline it and make it less work for you while producing the same, if not better results, which we will talk about later on. Now that we've actually onboarded the client, it's time to actually make them money, right? Because realistically, your skill has to be good enough that you are helping other people make money. Because if you're not helping them make money, then you're not going to make money yourself, right? You might be on retainers, but if you don't produce results, they're not going to pay you anymore. So we're going to be talking more about fulfillment moving forward, because obviously you guys have learnt so much by now. And if you're still watching this video, my hopes are high for you. Genuinely, if you are watching the video as it is right now, I have very high hopes, and I guarantee you that you have a 99.99% higher chance of succeeding in life and getting to 10K a month in the next 6 months than anyone who clicked off within the first hour. So if we've made it to this point, you've obviously learned exactly what you're doing, how to actually outreach to clients. You've got your business name already. You've got and learned how to receive payments from business owners. Now that you've learned how to do all that, you're going to learn how to actually deliver your service, right? So what we're going to be moving on to is the more so actual fulfillment part. Fulfilling your end of the deal and actually delivering your service. We're going to be talking about how to actually run meta ads. I'm going to give you guys premium content that we provide in the Apex, which is my paid mentorship. I'm going to be giving you guys some of that information away for absolutely free, as I already have been with these documents and checklists. So stay tuned for that. We're going to get straight into how are you actually going to make your clients money. Now, before we get into the fulfillment and actually getting your clients results, I want to quickly acknowledge, bro, if you are still watching this video, I am beyond impressed. I'm sure by now, even after trimming everything down, it's probably about 4 hours worth of content for you guys so far. I hope I have delivered on my end, but I also hope that you have been taking in all the information as a viewer. And if you're still watching to this point, as opposed to someone who clicked off in the first hour, your chances of becoming a millionaire way higher, because you've had the attention span and you've had the commitment to yourself to keep watching to this point. But without further ado, I'm about to sip on my Red Bull and we can get straight into the client fulfillment part. Power. There's so much power in Red Bull, guys. Anyways, what we're going to be talking about now is the actual fulfillment side of things, because we've obviously covered how the business model actually works, what service you're specifically delivering, how to actually brand around your niche, etc., etc. And, you know, in regards to that, outreaching, closing deals with a little bit of sales training. But Now that we've gotten this far, it all means nothing if you can't deliver your clients results, right? So fulfillment is arguably one of the most important aspects of any business. It is probably the most important part. If you cannot fulfill what you are promising and if you cannot deliver results, then you are bound to burn out eventually. You'll have a bunch of inbound people paying you like whatever your initial cost is, but after they realize that you're completely incapable, you're not getting any more payments from them. So the big thing that separates the marketing, pardon me, the big thing that separates the marketing agency doing 5K a month and 500K a month, or better so, 1 to 2 mil a month, because I know a couple people that are doing a couple mil a month, is all in the fulfillment. Because it works like this: if you're good at fulfillment and you're good at delivering your clients results, the word spreads first of all, so your clients will talk to other people in the same industry about how good you are, and on top of that, you build your own brand reputation. The more testimonials you have on your website and the more testimonials you have to show to someone else, the more, if you look at it from the business owner perspective, the more they are going to trust you. So it's very important to double down on the fulfillment. We're mainly going to be talking about actually running meta ads and digital ads. If you guys want to look more so into website building, social media management, we can talk more over that if that's what you guys want to see. But obviously the main thing I specialize in and what I know I'm best at is digital marketing. So we're going to be mainly covering, actually doing Facebook and Instagram ads for these businesses and how to optimize them in such a way that you are the best in the industry, essentially. So the realistic thing is fulfillment is what keeps clients paying, right? And building upon what I was saying previously, it is as simple as that. If you charge $1,000 per month, but you can keep a client for 6 months, you're getting way more than someone who's charging $2,000 a month but can't deliver and the person leaves after a month. So you want to be focusing on fulfillment so much because of how important your LTV is, their lifetime value, because the real value of someone isn't if they're paying you $3,000 a month up front, it's if they're paying you $1,000 a month over 6 months to a year, right? You're getting way more out of them. The only way you can retain clients is by delivering on your promises. So the real list, you really don't need to be an expert at doing any of this. You just need a good system in place. Once you learn the skills and once you set the systems up, then it's really smooth sailing from there. It's just that, you're probably in this stage that you're not really making the money right now, which is why you're watching this video. What I like to say right now is you're in that learning phase. After you've learned everything, you apply it, and once you apply it for long enough, it eventually works, and then you systematize, right? Then you build the systems in place to essentially try to automate everything as much as possible. Obviously, you're still going to have to be doing work, but if I was making $10,000 a month, working 2 hours a day, coming from working a full 9 to 5, I wouldn't be complaining, especially if that meant I could do it from wherever I want, whenever I want as well. So it's all about juggling your priorities, and if you wanted to make it work, you'd make it work. So the reality within the fulfillment aspect is too many people are focused on the wrong thing. So clients do not want ads. They want growth within their business. Ads are getting them the growth within their business, but all they want is they want more booked calls, they want more leads, they want more customers, and they want more revenue. So as I was saying way earlier on, stop thinking about that seems that you are just helping this client run ads. Although you are, you should be thinking purely in your mind, I am helping this client or business owner make more money. Because if you think about it from that approach, as opposed to I'm just helping this client make ads, you're going to make a lot more calculated decisions to actually help these guys get better results. So Your only ultimate goal with running ads, fulfillment, or anything is to one of two things: either make them more money or save them time. If you're not doing one of those two things, to the business owner, you are absolutely fucking useless, right? So make sure you are doing one of those two things. Now, building upon what I was saying before with like different actual services, what we're going to be focusing on today is the meta ad side of things, because obviously I'm saying to you guys, do not start on the online businesses. Start by helping some sort of local business, local service-based business. And the reality is that meta ads for local service-based businesses is the absolute best way to go. They don't care too much about social media management or funnel building or email marketing, especially if you're in a smaller city as well. It becomes less and less relevant to them. So we're mainly going to be helping you guys with meta ads and how to actually set up Facebook ads and how to actually run them for these businesses, because I think it's one of the highest leverage skills you can possibly have. You even think about the billion-dollar brands, right? Nike, Apple, they are still running ads to this day. And you'll still see the ad when the new iPhone comes out. You'll still see an ad on Instagram. That is how important Facebook and Instagram ads are. If you can learn how to run these and actually leverage the skill, the limit for how much money you can make doing it and helping other people is genuinely endless. I know people who do like 2.5 mil a month from digital marketing and growing. You know, one of my close friends literally has 4 offices in Australia for his digital marketing agency. So that is that's the scale of what you're looking at if you actually genuinely become good at the fulfillment side of things. If you genuinely build a good service to provide other businesses. Now, social media management is simply like you are managing all their content, you're managing all their DMs. That's not too useful, to be honest, because as I said before, right, from a business owner perspective, they want more money. And, you know, helping them build their social media, yeah, it might help the community trust them more. It'll help them build more brand presence. But initially, they're not going to see a return on investment on just social media management. From their perspective, they're thinking, oh yeah, this guy's answering my DMs and making a post for me a day. Like, meta ads is such a higher ticket service, and we want money. So we have to go high ticket. So that is what we're going to be focusing on today, meta ads. I also do not mind email marketing, but just for the sake of this video, we're going to be focusing on one singular skill. We don't want to be focusing on 10 different things at once, you know what I mean? So as far as like ads go, what are ads, right? Ads are just simply a way to show off your message to the right people. So basically what you do is you're paying Facebook to show your ad to people who could become potential customers to whoever you're targeting or whoever you're helping. You're paying Facebook to show your ad, the business's ad, to people who might want to become customers. So instead of waiting for customers to come to you, the beautiful thing with ads is that you're going directly to them. You're showing up on their feed. They don't have to find you because you're finding them. And that is the beautiful thing with ads, because in this generation, as people get more and more lazy, ads are going to become more and more dependent on and more utilized, more useful. So basically how ads is going to help your client is it's going to help your client get more visibility, more leads, which leads into more sales. So with the graph I showed you there that I created, let's just say, for example, we put $20 into a Facebook ad, 1,000 people see it, and what that generates for you is 10 leads. From those 10 leads, you might book 4 calls, and 2 of them might turn into customers. Let's say you're working with a mid-ticket company that charges $1,000 per job. They just spent $20 to get 2 customers paying them $1,000. So they spent $20 to get $2,000 in return. That is the beautiful thing with Facebook ads. I remember when we were doing our marketing for charities and not-for-profit organizations, because that's what I did. I remember when we were doing that, we were genuinely getting the craziest ad spend return literally in the whole industry. Our cost per lead was like $6 to $7, and then on average, people were spending like $50 to $100 on the charity donating to the starving kids in Africa. It was crazy. And that's why we printed so much money in such a short time, because we mastered and leveraged the skill of paid advertising. Now, clients absolutely love meta ads once they actually learn how beneficial it can be to their business. So the reality is that literally almost every local business uses Facebook or Instagram, and to a degree, some of their audience is already there. So you're basically just leveraging off of that. Now, meta ads are so cheap if you can get it done right. Like, you can get leads for literally $2 to $15. Industry standard between each different niche changes, but like I gave you guys the example before, right? Even if you're on the higher end of that, you can get a lead for $15. If you're selling a high ticket service that's like $4,000 or $5,000 and it's costing you $15 to get a lead that's gonna get you a potential $5,000 sale, then I would like to think that that return on investment is pretty good, right? Now, you really don't need a big budget or a lot of experience to be able to gain this skill and capability to be able to run meta ads. The whole interface of everything, how it all works, is quite beginner friendly, but just a lot of business owners think it's a lot harder than it is, which is why they'd want to pay you to do it, right? So basically, how it works is, you'll create a Facebook ad account. You're going to learn how to actually run ad campaigns, which I'm going to teach you, or my mentor's going to teach you, whatever. And from there, you are coming to these businesses. You're proposing that you're going to do this for them. You're going to help them make X amount in the next 30 days, 90 days, whatever. And they're going to pay you to deliver results. So that is exactly how it works. And the beautiful thing with ads is that you can deliver results very quickly. Like, as soon as you launch an ad campaign, within the next day, you're getting leads. So you can imagine that probably from ads, if you have a decent budget, literally within a week, you can be getting your client more business from the paid ads. And if you're able to do that, they're going to want to stay with you for longer and spend more money on you. So that is very important. Now, what I have actually done for you guys is I've actually pieced together a couple videos from my paid mentorship, The Apex, and they're basically my mentor explaining key concepts within the Facebook advertising market, key concepts to go over that you need to understand. So just a lot of beginner friendly information, and he's actually going to walk you through exactly how to actually set up your Facebook ad manager account and how to actually run an ads campaign. I'm going to give that all to you guys for free. And that is part of my high ticket offer, my mentorship, and I'm giving it to you guys for free. I'm about to input that video right now. I'm going to see you guys after you watch this video.
All right, so today we're actually going to be looking at how powerful are Facebook ads, right? So Facebook ads essentially is probably the most powerful platform or place that you can actually advertise, because this is pretty much the most centralized location of active users who interact with these types of posts. So you might say, oh, TikTok this, TikTok that. Not really, right? Because with TikTok, the leads are more brain rotted. The algorithm is more brain rotted. Now that's a pretty generic term, but what I mean is that they're very quick and they're not very responsive leads. They're just there for a bit of fun, right? However, Instagram has much more serious clients, much more serious interactions, and people generally do go on Instagram in search for possible businesses. So Instagram, Facebook, that is Meta. All right. So what we can do is we can actually look at, well, the power of Facebook ads, right? So if we go to Facebook ads /business/success, we can actually go on these websites and we can actually see a lot of case studies, right? So we can have a look, for example, Maserati here. Okay, there's a case study from Maserati and what they did, right? So over here, the luxury automotive manufacturer saw a 25% increase in lead volume when using the new Facebook and Instagram video creative, specifically adapted for Reels compared to using the usual creative strategy. Okay, so there's a 20% lower cost per lead and a 25% increase in lead volume. So that's a very, very good increase, right? From people who are already running ads. They have a lot of data to test with anyways. All right, so obviously this is a little bit about Maserati, right? What their goal was, and then let's have a look at how they actually did it, okay? Okay, so the first thing is for this lead generation ad campaign, Maserati team wanted to take and test a learn approach. They decided to reimagine the company's existing TV creative assets to surprise and delight the target audience, reduce viewer fatigue, and boost leads. Okay, so you can see these are the types of videos that they've been posting, okay? On top of that, you know, what they did, the products that they used. They used video ads, lead ads, reel ads, Instagram reels, and they use measurements, okay? So this is a case study from Maserati. Now, there's a lot of other case studies that we can go through. So we can have a look around, right? And it's not just cars, but we can have a look at much more. Oops. Okay, sure, we can have a look at this. So BB Deco, or Baby Deco, whatever it is, the Korean furniture retailer, okay? Use Meta Advantage Plus, which we will talk about later on, but Meta Advantage Plus is very good. And there's a 46% increase in that's ridiculous, okay? That's ridiculous. So if you had 100 purchases, the next time you would have closer to 200, right? Or 46% increase would be closer to 150, 160, right? Depending on how they're actually talking about this. I know they do like to skew their numbers a little. Anyways, very good results, and we can see how they did it, okay? So they did a testing creative, blah, blah, blah. They explained exactly how they did it, okay? And what products they used. Advantage Plus shopping campaigns, partnership ads, Advantage Plus placements as well. So you can have a look at what different types of companies are doing for different types of case studies, right? Very, very good place to look around. So now the next thing is, what we're going to look at is understanding Facebook ads, right? Understanding the auction, okay? Because that's essentially the ad strategy that we're going to use, which is an auction-based ad strategy, right? So what is the auction, right? So in the auction, right, what we'll do is we'll discuss essentially how the auction works across the platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, the goal of the auction, right? Which is to show ads to audience who are most likely to engage and convert, right? So let's talk about how the auction works. The Facebook ad auction is continuous and aims to maximize results within your budget. However, unlike traditional auctions where the highest price wins, the Facebook ad auction consists of multiple factors beyond just the amount of money that you're putting into the ad, right? So those key factors includes, one, your ad objective, right? So what is actually in your ad, right? Two, your budget. So yes, the money does contribute to some things. Audience targeting. So how well is it targeted towards that specific audience? And for your ad creative. So how well is your ad, the quality of your ad, if it's good, if it's high quality, if it's effective. If Instagram can essentially tell if your ad is high quality and if it has a lot of good leads. a lot of good editing done to it, okay? So it does look into that when it's auctioning the ads, okay? So let's talk about the ad objective, okay? So the system prioritizes showing ads to users who are most likely to interact with them, okay? And it evaluates audience behaviors and engagement history to optimize the placement, okay? Now, obviously, there is budget considerations, so they do have to, if you do have an ad that's very similar to another company's, you will compete on price. However, the more specific you can get and the more targeted you can get, you can avoid more of this, right? So audience targeting, right? So it depends on, where it is, whether it's, in different sorts of platforms, so Instagram, Facebook, Meta, what location or demographics or interest you're specifically targeting. And obviously the ad creatives, like I said before, high quality, visually appealing ads with good hooks, good performance, right? Now, the total value in the auction, okay, is basically made up on three things, which is the bid amount, the estimated action rates, and the ad quality, right? So the bid amount is the amount of money that you're putting in daily or campaign-wise to actually run the ad, right? The estimated action rates is the estimated of how likely a user is to engage and convert from that ad. So that's either your click-through rate or cost per click, right? Your ad quality is the Facebook evaluates essentially your ad relevance and user feedback. So the comments, if people are interacting, people are actually looking at your ad. Engagement level, so are people looking past the initial hook, and essentially all the other sort of factors associated with good editing, good ads, good scripting within the ads, right? And higher quality ads generally receive better placements within Facebook, right? Because Facebook wants to make its site look cleaner too. So it will promote ads that match that quality. Okay. Now, ads with the highest total value of these three things will get the highest chance of being displayed and the highest chance of therefore converting, right? Now, so to conclude, basically, the Facebook ads auction system optimizes for engagement conversions by balancing essentially your bid amount, your audience relevance, and your ad quality, right? Understanding this system will help you maximize essentially what money you're putting into the ad, okay? So let's have a look at understanding sort of the Facebook ads structure, right? So when it comes to the Facebook ads, I guess we'll talk about in, today's video is essentially what is the ad structure, how campaigns, ads, and ad sets are organized, and then also understanding that hierarchy and how it helps optimizing performance and also achieving better results within your ads. So let's have a look at the Facebook ad structure, okay? So the Facebook ad structure follows sort of a pyramid model. At the top of the pyramid, you have essentially the campaign, right? And that defines your overall objectives within the thing. So a campaign, generally, you make about a single product or a single, essentially, specific, maybe gender or something like that, right? So your campaign might be something that's like a campaign for, if you're a shoe company, for this one specific shoe. So it's like the campaign for the Quantum Gel 360 versus all of the rest of the ASIC shoes, right? So that's your campaign. So I recommend having one campaign per product, right? When it comes to ad sets are essentially essentially the audience that you're targeting, okay? Where the ads are being placed, so what countries, what cities, where, like what type of people, and the budget that you're putting for the ads, right? So within the ad set. And now within the ad set, you have essentially your ads. So within the ad set is a premise or a parameter defining system for your ads, right? And your ads are essentially the visual or text-based creatives that you have in your Facebook campaign that makes you sort of understand what you're producing, right? Or what the audience actually ends up seeing, right? Now, at the campaign level, you define the objective of your ad, right? So when it comes to the campaign, you can look at either is a sales ad, is it a leads ad, is it a traffic ad, or is it an awareness ad? And there's a bunch of other sort of ad sets that come with that, right? So you'll see that at the campaign level, right? At the ad set level, right, they sort of determines who sees your ad and how they are delivered. So that's audience targeting, location targeting, budget, and then sort of placement selection, right? And we'll go through sort of what that looks like on Ads Manager in a moment, right? Now, when it comes to your ads are the creative components that your users interact with. So at this level, that might be your images, your videos, your headlines, your descriptions, and your CTA button, your call to action button, right? So your ad should be engaging, at least the content, the creator should be engaging to and relevant essentially to maximize conversions, right? And we'll talk about sort of what that is. Now there's this further thing that we do, and we do this very often. It's called A/B testing, or what we call split testing, right? And Facebook ads allows A/B testing to improve your performance. So what you can do is you can split test either different ad creatives, various audience targeting strategies, or different placements and budgets. So let me give you an example, right? If, for example, you have the same targeting, so it's only like males over 30 or something, like let's say very basic, and you have stills, which are essentially pictures, and then you have videos. So you split test, are pictures better or are videos better? Then, for example, you might be between the videos, you might split test, is hook 1 better or is hook 2 better, right? And so you can split test like that. Or you can split test an audience targeting. So you can do males and females. So you can see, okay, is males better or is females better, right? So you can sort of work around with that. Right? And this is super, super important because testing this actually helps identify what is the most effective thing for your specific niche in your specific scenario and what is working in your specific area. Okay. Now, the next thing is we want to figure out how to navigate the Facebook Ads Manager, right? So the Facebook Ads Manager has three main tabs. So it's campaigns, ad sets, and ads, right? And each tab helps organizing and managing ad performance. Okay, so let me quickly pause and bring up Facebook Ads Manager. Okay, so I'm not sure if you can see this, but this is Facebook Ads Manager, right? So over here at the top, we have the campaign tab, we have the ad sets tab, and then we have the ads tab, right? So essentially, you can see over here, what is this ad stuff doing, right? So that's Facebook Ads Manager, right? Now, let's talk about essentially how to create a campaign. So first of all, let's stop and go into the second part of the video where I'll be on Facebook Ads Manager and see how it's actually going to work. What we're going to go through right now is how to set up a Facebook page and then an ad account, right? So the first thing you need to do is you need to have a Facebook account, and that Facebook account has to be yours. You can't create one with a new email. You can't create one with a business email. It has to be your personal Facebook account. So when you're in your personal Facebook account, if it lets me, give me 2 seconds. If it lets me, you click here. If it lets me, okay, it's not letting me. Give me 2 seconds. All right, so basically what you can do here at this point is you can click this button down here, okay? And then what you can do, right, is you can, oh, sorry, over here, sorry, wrong button, is you can go and create a page, right? So when you create a page, so pages, right, you go to pages and you create a page, right? So for example, I've created this page, and then you sort of fill it out with all your details, right? So you add, your title, your profile photo, all of that stuff. Once you have a page created, you can now access Ads Manager, right? And now that you can access Ads Manager, you're all good to now start creating ads. All right, so right now we're on Facebook Ads Manager. And as you can see right here, we have the top, which is the campaigns, the ad sets, and the ads right there, right? And then on top of that, bro, let's quickly go through essentially how to create an ad, right? So over here, you'd click the create button, okay? And then you would have your buying type as always auction, like we talked about. And now these are your campaign objectives, right? Now, if you want to get leads for like real estate agents, you would use the leads, right? If you want to get engagement, right? This is just trying to get people to respond to your videos, comment, this type of stuff. If you want to get traffic, you want to get, people to a specific, website or something like that. And awareness. Now, all of these are pretty much useless. Leads is like really the only one, right? So you click leads, click continue, okay? And then it says tailor leads campaign or manual leads campaign. You always pick manual, so you go there, right? And now this is your ads manager. This is how we set up. So you can see this is your campaign structure. So what's your overall campaign objective, what's your buying type, and just some A/B testing. Now this is your ad set. So you can see, okay, where's your conversion actually going to happen, right? What's your budget going to look like? What's your start date? What's your end date? And then your specific targeting and all that stuff. Now your ads is essentially, okay, well, here's where your creative goes. So you can upload your creative. You can upload your creative here somewhere. If I can actually find it. Yeah, here. Right? You can select the post or you can create an ad, right? And then from here, you can upload some ads. Okay, so over here you can clear this and you can you can add your video ads maybe, right? Boom, 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 right? Whatever it might be. Now, here you can also type in, okay, well, are you going to convert at this form? Where are you going to convert? The second thing is tracking events. So Facebook Pixel, I have a Facebook Pixel set up, but we'll talk about that later. Okay, and then once you've set all this stuff up, which we'll go through in detail in a little bit, you click the publish button and you're all good. We're going to go through understanding Facebook ad metrics. So the first thing that we're going to go through, right, is essentially what are Facebook ad metrics? Those are the things like CPC, CTR, impressions. What do they mean, right? And how we can look at them and see what our campaign is doing and then adjust for that, right? First thing is impressions. So impressions is the number of times the ad has appeared on the Facebook network, okay? So I want to make this very clear. Impressions is very different to reach. Reach is how many unique people have seen the ad. Impressions is how many times the ad has been shown. So if I had 2 people and both of them have seen the ad 5 times, my impressions is 10, but my reach is 2. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Okay, link clicks. That's the number of times the users clicked on the ad and landed on the website, right? So they actually have to land on the website. Click-through rate is obviously the percentage of impressions that resulted in clicks. So it's just the clicks divided by the impressions. So link clicks divided by impressions multiplied by 100, right? The budget. So that's the amount of money allocated per Facebook either ad campaign or ad set, okay? Amount spent is the amount of money that's actually been used up by Facebook on that current ad, okay? CPR, or cost per result, is the average amount of cost incurred for achieving the desired result in your campaign. So whether or not your desired result is someone filling out a contact form or someone messaging you or someone landing on a website or someone booking in a call, CPR is essentially the average cost that you have to incur for achieving that result. Okay, cost per link click is the average cost, the average amount of money it costs you to actually get someone to click on your link, right? So, once you've seen sort of these basic metrics, you can sort of start understanding, right? So if your link click-through rate is high, but your appointment booking is low, which means you've got people's interest, but you haven't got them there enough to feel like your services matter. So your offer is probably lacking, right? If your cost per result is extremely high, as in like it takes a lot of money for you to get a result, and you check the industry standard and it's half that, you're doing something wrong in your ad, right? If you have very low impressions or very low reach, you're not reaching, or you might have very high impressions but very low reach, your targeting might be off, which means the same people are seeing that ad too many times, right? Now there's also CPM, which is the cost essentially how much you paid for 1,000 impressions. So it's not 1,000 people to see it, it's 1,000 times to be shown. Okay, it could be shown to 2 people, but you might pay for each of the 2 people to have seen it 500 times. Okay. Now, obviously, conversions such as purchases, submissions, and app downloads, etc. Those are results, right? So we have what we call the purchase ROAS, and ROAS stands for return on ad spend, and that's essentially the amount of revenue generated per dollar spent. So let me give you an example, right? If it costs me $2, right, to obtain $30, my return on ad spend is 28, right? So it's the revenue generated per dollar spent. Sorry, 15. My revenue generated is 15. ROAS is 15. So what that means is essentially for every dollar I spend, I get $15 back, right, on ads. And now, like I said, number of unique users who saw the ad, that's the thing. And obviously, these are just the basic metrics. Now, you can get into more complicated metrics, and we might explore that. We will explore that in sort of the later on sort of stuff. But this is all the stuff you really need to be able to understand a comprehensive Facebook ad campaign.
All right, now I'm assuming you guys have probably watched through all of that video. You've learned how to actually set up your Facebook Ads Manager account. You've learned the different strategies and techniques that you're going to be inputting and applying yourself. So what actually happens after the ad? So the funnel and how the ad process works is your ad will essentially get people to click and fill out a lead form, which will basically provide information about themselves, name, number, email, what made you want to apply or reach out for XYZ. Now, what that lead info goes to is it goes to the business or to you if you're using HubSpot, like Ahmed would have been explaining in that video. So the beautiful thing with HubSpot is as soon as a lead comes to your phone, what happens there is a lead goes onto HubSpot. Basically how it works is after you run an ad and you get a lead, it goes onto HubSpot and you can directly see all the leads for the business on your phone. And if you're helping them, if you're doing pay per appointment, you can basically call them from HubSpot as soon as they submit a lead form. So from there, obviously the lead info goes to either the business or it goes to you. And then from there, the business or you calls the lead, books them, and gets paid. You see how this funnel works? You run the ad, they fill out a form, you essentially put that form and the information goes to you or the business or you call them, and then the client gets paid. So it's very simple when you break it down like that, right? So your job is simply to build a pipeline of people who are interested in buying your client's product. So the real goal for you is to book appointments. That is the absolute most important thing. I can't express that enough. Because leads mean nothing if you're not booking calls, if you're not booking appointments for your client. Now, there are three main ways you can go about this. You can either call the leads yourself and book for the client, or you can set up automations, which is essentially texts and emails that follow up instantly. So as soon as they fill out the lead form, as soon as they fill that out, basically you can have tools like Zapier that will essentially, when they fill out that form, it will immediately message them, it will immediately email them with a follow-up. And on the flip side to that, what you can also do is you can use a booking link on the actual lead form, and they can basically directly book a call with your client, the business owner, or yourself as soon as they fill out that form, and one of you guys can give them a ring practically almost straight away. So this is the absolute most important thing about booking appointments. The faster they are contacted, the higher chance they have to convert. So I mean quite literally, when you see these videos or when you see these leads pop up onto your phone, either if your client wants to take the calls and wants to convert the client themselves, get on it as soon as you see the notification. The more time you leave it to wait, and the more time since they filled out that form, the lower and lower chance you have of actually converting that client. And that actually gets exponentially lower as well. So it's very easy to contact a lead after they filled out the form, practically as soon as they fill it out, or as soon as one of you guys see it. Very important. Now, basically, as I was talking to you guys about the whole onboarding process and things like that earlier on, we want to be regularly updating and reporting results that our clients will actually care about. So clients want clarity, right? Very simple. As a business owner, you want clarity. You don't want to be uncertain of anything that is going on. You don't want to be uncertain of any operations within your business. So every single week, you should be sending a short Loom video. I'm filming this on Loom right now. You can see the camera in the corner, and you can see obviously all of this stuff as well. Every single week, send your client a Loom video talking about just how everything is going. An overview, how many leads you got, what's working, what we're gonna do next. And I would suggest that you start some sort of dashboard to essentially track the leads, etc., etc. But that is more optional and something you can look into when you're more experienced. If you haven't even signed your first client yet, worry about making a bit of bread before you develop the service further. And that is one big mistake I see a lot of people making, is that, and one of my good friends did this as well. If he's watching this video right now, he would know. So the big thing that you guys have to keep in mind is that before trying to perfect everything, try and make some money first. Too many people are focused on simply making the service as good as possible because they're like, oh, if I make it the best it can possibly be right now, that means I can charge high ticket offer, high ticket price straight off of the bat. The reality is that no matter what business model you're in, there is a large element of adaptability to it, because you might think it's perfect, but you haven't tested that concept. So basically what I'm trying to say is all you need to do right now is simplify it. Learn Facebook ads, build your brand logo and build your brand name, choose your niche, and get straight to outreaching and calling. As soon as you've learnt the skill and you've got your brand name, get straight to calling. You shouldn't be worried too much about making your skill set as high as possible, and you don't want to focus on being the absolute best at delivering a service, because you're going to learn so many things along the way, and it's the reality is that you are just going to progressively linearly improve your service as you get more experienced within the business model. So guys, do not try to become the absolute best in the world from the get-go. Learn ads, build your actual brand. So get your logos, choose your niche, get your brand names, and get straight to outreaching. That should be how quickly you are operating. There's no reason to get too badly stuck on, oh, so how do I specifically do this type of split testing on Facebook ads? Or how do I set up Zapier to do email automations, etc., etc. You want to learn Facebook ads, create your brand, outreach. Now, that was a bit of yap based on the sense that we were saying just to keep a basic dashboard, but I'm saying that you don't need to waste time doing all these tiny things at the start. You want to get money in your pocket first, because that will incentivize you to work harder, and then you're going to become better and better as time goes. That's how anything works, right? So now that you've kind of learned everything within the fulfillment side of things, what we will do is we're going to quickly go through a checklist. Now, I have a checklist for you guys that I'm going to give to you guys for free again. You guys can see the absolute sauce I have been dropping. I'm literally giving you like so many things for free. So what I'm going to give you guys is a free client checklist, and we're going to go over that very soon. And SOPs. So what SOPs are is essentially what SOP stands for is standard operating procedure. So, it's just how your system is. Do this, then this, then this, a system. So that you don't have to change things up. You know exactly what your process looks like. I sign the client, how do I onboard them? After I've onboarded them, how do I manage fulfillment? You need to have all those things clear cut so that your service is perceived to be streamlined. Not even perceived to be streamlined, you want your service to be streamlined. So that's what an SOP is. But as far as the checklist goes, we're going to find this checklist. Oh, all right then. All right, here is the checklist. So I'm going to link this for you guys in the description of the video as well. But this is every bit of information you'll need in regards to how do I actually fulfill what this person's paying me for. So this checklist will give you all of the information you need there. Basically what you can do is I will give you guys the link for the Google Doc, but you guys will have to make a copy so you can edit it yourself or do anything in regards to that. So very important, but you are lucky I'm giving you guys all that sauce. Now that you've learned how to deliver your service and you've learned Facebook ads, the next step is scaling. Because with all the information I've given to you, you can 100% get to $10,000 a month. Remove that limiting belief from your mind. Bro, if you know how to do Facebook ads, you have a brand, you've built your niche, you know where you're going, $10,000 a month is convincing 5 people to pay you $2,000 a month. Do you really think, after I've explained everything to you and the actual quality of the service that you're capable of providing, do you really think you can't convince 5 business owners who are making 6 to 7 figures to pay you $2,000 a month to make them extra money? Remove that limiting belief if you have any excuse in your mind as to why you can't get to 10K a month. You can get to 10K a month in the next few months by putting a couple hours of work in every single day. It's just about the speed you're moving at. So remove that limiting belief from your mind completely. If you're still watching to this point and you still don't believe you can, then I don't even know what to tell you, bro. You're probably and most likely cooked. But now that you've learned how to actually run ads and deliver your service, how are we going to scale this past 10K a month? How are we going to scale it to 20, then 50, then 100? That is what we're going to be talking about now. So first of all, we're going to go through the 10K a month game plan, because I'm assuming if you're watching this right now, you are not at 10K a month yet. So you do not need 100 clients. You don't need a huge team. You don't need any of that to make a lot of money. As I was saying earlier, your goal right now is to get 5 clients to pay you 2K a month, or to get 10 people to pay you 1K a month. And the key behind that is the systems you have in place, not overworking yourself. Now, there's no guessing for you, and our goal is that after you sign that first client, everything starts to compound. So build systems, guys. I cannot express to you how important this is. So many people are lazy and they'll refuse to set up the systems behind in place. But the reality is that to set up systems, yes, it takes more upfront work, but think about how much more work you're going to be committing when you don't have the system set up and you have to manually do everything for every single client you sign. That is going to largely restrict your scalability. So we want to make sure that good systems are built from the get-go. Now, as I was saying earlier with the SOPs, the standard operating procedures, what we want to build is a systematic approach, right? You can't scale if you're doing everything yourself. So what I like to build is an outreach system. So how are you actually, finding these leads to call? You need to build a system behind that, which I can go into. We need a sales call system. So you need an actual script to go off and how am I actually going to take these calls? And then we need an onboarding system and a fulfillment system. The fulfillment system checklist should give you guys everything you need in regards to that. Now, I do recommend that if you want to get into this with one of your friends, it's pretty good and you will succeed faster if you do it with one of your friends, because you can imagine this: after you sign a client, get one of the boys to be actually managing the clients, handling the clients, running the ads for the clients and doing all of that stuff, and get one other person to be doing the outreach, taking the calls and getting more clients within the business. And you guys can streamline the approach after you actually build some more clientele. So if you guys do have a friend that you'd want to do it with, I would recommend that you do that. I did it with my mentor, which made things 100 times easier. He was mainly running the Meta Ads Manager, all of that stuff, whereas I was doing all of the outreach, which is why my communication and my talking skills have substantially improved over the last few months. So your ultimate goal is to have daily tasks every single day that don't entirely rely on you. If you streamline your approach, you can cut down the amount of time you're putting into it by 2 to 3x. So after you've done that, obviously, after you've learned how to streamline your approach as much as humanly possible, I can make a video on fully just, if you want to, fully just building the systems behind everything. But I don't want to go too in depth into it right now, because this video is probably already going to be over 4 hours long. So I don't want to drag it. I'm just trying to give you guys the blueprint to get to where you want to be. So after you've built the systems and after you've signed a few clients, now we look at actually outsourcing the work. Because if you're making 10K a month working for yourself, but you're working 12-hour days, you may as well go work a job that's going to pay you that much, right? You are a slave to your work, and we don't want that. So after you've built some clientele and the workload is building up, what we want to do is start learning how to outsource the work and start learning how to offload the work onto other people. So who should you actually hire? Now, This is very important. You don't want to hire the wrong people to do your jobs because you have a reputation to maintain. If you hire someone that has no idea what they're talking about, then you are going to be generationally cooked when you start dipping down on results. So you can afford to buy back time. So when you're actually making a bit of money, you want to hire when you can actually afford to buy back some of your time, and you are the bottleneck that is holding your business back from more growth. You are limited on your work capacity, and you literally can't do much more. So you want to solve that bottleneck by hiring more people. The one thing I would highly suggest is hiring a virtual assistant. That's the first thing I would do. Hire a virtual assistant that is going to do the lead scraping for you and finding more businesses to outreach to, so she can, or he or she, I said she because there's a premeditated bias, but hire a virtual assistant that will do that work for you. They'll actually communicate with the clients for you, even though you'll be running the ads still, but they can be communicating with the clients on your behalf. They can do the lead scraping, so you can just go directly to your sheet with the lead list and call them straight away without having to find the leads yourself. A virtual assistant would absolutely be a very good investment for you. And then on top of that, you want to consider getting a media buyer or fulfillment partner, so someone that knows how to run meta ads as well, which is why I said if you want to start with a friend, you'll probably have better luck doing so. And later down the line, what we look at after is hiring a closer. So obviously you take these sales calls, get a closer that will do that for you. And after that, you can also get appointment setters and bookers, things like that. But we won't go too in depth into that because this video is supposed to be a beginner friendly and it's supposed to help you guys start. It's not supposed to help you guys get from 10 to 50K. It's for you to get from nothing online to 10K a month, 20K a month. So the real key and the secret to scaling is building a personal brand. Now, no matter what business you run, there is no business I can think about that would not benefit from you having a personal brand. So your next wave of clients after you get to 10, 20K a month could be from content and not cold outreach if you locked in on content during the process. So what I want you to do is create your Instagram, put the logos in everything and just start providing value to your target audience. If you're helping plumbing companies, talk about the bottlenecks within their business, talk about common problems you see within plumbing businesses, and also start posting case studies, testimonials, breakdown of results. So if you got this guy from 10 to 20K a month, how exactly did you get this person from 10 to 20K a month, right? You want to break it down in a step-by-step guide and also post a lot of behind the scenes of client wins. You'll get a lot of people wishing that they were in their position or your position to help these guys succeed. Build a personal brand no matter what business you are doing. So that is very important. But I'm assuming most of you guys watching this video are not at 10K a month. So we're going to start talking about what 10K a month actually looks like and how you need to be operating to get to that level. You have to realize that 10K a month is not luck. 100K a month is not luck. $1 million a month is not luck. It is never luck. It is work, and one day you might have a lucky day. But if you work and show up every single day, those are the people that make all that money. That's exactly how it is. You have to realize that it's not luck, it's more so leverage. So you got here by solving one simple problem. You solved the problem of client acquisition for other business owners. So how you're going to actually protect it is consistency in lead generation. So keep getting leads, keep generating more leads, provide value, provide a good service to your actual clients. If you have great fulfillment and you have good marketing, you can build $1 million business just like that. So make sure you have good fulfillment, make sure you have good marketing, really focus on genuinely trying to help these business owners make more money. So 10K a month after you've learned all of this stuff is really just the beginning. And trust me, if you put an hour, 2 hours a day into your digital marketing agency, within 6 months, you will be at 10K a month. I can tell you that from the bottom of my heart. We wouldn't guarantee 10K a month in 6 months on the Apex or your money back. We would not have a money back guarantee if I didn't entirely believe that you could get to that point. Guys, I got to 20K in 2 weeks after 2 months of doing a digital marketing agency. So if I can do it, there is absolutely no reason that you can't as well. And no one can use an excuse there either. I didn't use my social media to promote it. I didn't use any leverage I already had. I started it from scratch. I built the website myself. We started it from the ground up and we still closed 20K in 2 weeks. So that was me literally not using any tools I had built for myself and just starting from the absolute ground up to show you guys that it can be done if you just show up and you put the work in. Now, to wrap this up, this is probably like 5 hours of video now. And if you have watched this to the end, I guarantee that if you just stick to the process, learn more about digital marketing, learn more, start outreaching from the second you finish this video, I guarantee that you will be at 10K a month by the end of the year. I truly believe that to be the case because now you have the information, you have the blueprint. The next step for you is to make some fucking money. So you know everything required to build your first 10K a month agency. You know how to build it to 20K a month. You know how to build it to 50K a month. From the cold calling to the sales to the fulfillment to the systems to scaling, you know everything. You know everything you need, and even if you don't know a certain skill, you know what skill you need to develop because I've given you guys all that information. Your only job now is to actually implement everything we have taught you over this free course. Now, I hope and I pray that you apply this information I've given you, especially if you've watched it to the very end. I really hope and I really pray that you have applied it, and if you have, I will see you and hopefully I will hear from you when you are making $10,000 a month. Now, before you click on this video, guys, obviously I will just lastly announce that we do have the Apex. If you guys do need further help with that, we do guarantee that you will be at 10K a month within 6 months, or we'll give you every single dollar you've spent on the mentorship back. So if you really want to accelerate that progress, obviously you can consider joining the Apex. If not, it doesn't really bother me. I'm going to try provide more free value for you guys anyways. But obviously, if you want the accelerated growth, I was always a guy who valued my time. So I've invested a lot of money into mentorships and I've never had anything bad to say about them. Obviously, some of them aren't great. Some of them are really great. But I can tell you right now, you will never talk to a rich person that will say that mentorships are bad. And I don't know about you, but I find that very hard to be a coincidence. So if you guys do want to accelerate your progress, we guarantee you'll be at 10K a month within 6 months. If not, I hope this video absolutely helped all of you guys that are still watching to this point. Now you know how to build your agency to 10K a month. It's time to implement everything I've taught you, and I will see you guys again in the next video or when you're making $10,000 a month. God bless all of you guys. Have a great day.